Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome all of those that are watching this meeting virtually, as well as those that are in attendance here tonight, joining us in the February 21st meeting of the Charlotte City Council. This meeting is dedicated to our zoning decisions and hearings. So tonight's meeting is being held in accordance with the applicable laws governing remote meetings with council members that are participating both in the building as well as remotely. And all the requirements of the law are being met. The public and media are able to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, and the city's YouTube page. And I'm going to begin with introductions by those that are in the building now, and then we'll go to those council members that are attending virtually. And we'll start with the staff that supports the efforts for this meeting as well. We'll start with our city clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, city clerk.
Greg Phipps at large.
Vi Lyles, mayor.
Allison Craig, interim planning director.
Braxton Winston at large.
Terry Hagler Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Dave Pettin, Rezoning Program Manager.
Brandon Brazil, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Kiva Samuel, Chair of the Zoning Committee.
All right. So with that, we begin our meeting with an invocation that's to solemnize our meetings, the rules that we should follow and behave. I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, sorry. Let's start again.
Julie Eisel,
never
serving
take a
at large.
pause.
And Mayor.
Well, go ahead. I'm going to start again with those that are attending virtually. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Good evening, Dimple Ashmara, at large member.
I don't see Mr. Winston, so Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Dark Picard, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
All right, and Mr. Eggleston, Mr. Winston wants you to know he is still sitting here in the seat in the building, so he is present and accounted for.
Sorry, Mr. Winston.
As I started at the beginning, we begin our meetings with an invocation, which is really an idea of how that we can solemnize our behavior and our words and proceedings. We recognize tonight Mayor Pro Tem Eisel, who will give us words of appropriate words for the invocation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On this President's Day, I decided I would look at some of the prayers that our presidents have given our country on their inaugural days. And I chose this brief prayer from Jimmy Carter on his inauguration on January 20th, 1977. I would like to have my frequent prayer answered that God let my life be meaningful in the enhancement of his kingdom, and that my life might be meaningful in the enhancement of the lives of my fellow human beings. I call upon all the people of our nation to give thanks on the day for the blessings Almighty God has bestowed upon us, and to join the fervent prayer of George Washington, who as president asked God to impart all the blessings we possess, or ask for ourselves to the whole family of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If everyone would stand if they are able to, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I want to take a moment to explain the zoning process. The process begins with applications that are submitted to the staff for review. There are two types of cases on the agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions are for cases that have already had a public hearing and there'll be no further comment. It is the time for the council to debate and make a decision on the response to the request. We have our hearings, and anyone that wishes to speak is asked to see the clerk before the start of the hearing. And in one of our hearings, we have a staff presentation. The staff has no time limit to the presentations except that expressed by the council members. And the petitioner and those in favor get 3 minutes to present their case unless their opponents sign up to speak. If staff has opposition to the petitioner gets 10 minutes, and opponents get 10 minutes. The petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal, and that is if any opponent signs up to speak, and not only the staff, but if there is opposition. And tonight, I believe that we do not have anyone signed up, Madam Clerk, in opposition to the hearings. So if we are able to do that, we should be doing the process with 3 minutes to speak for everyone in the public hearings. As we have the presentations, council members will ask questions. We close our public hearing and we go to the next one. The petition, after the public hearing is completed, goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And Ms. Samuel is here. Is there anything that you would like to add to the process that we will be following? Ms. Samuel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of public, council, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and Madam Mayor. Again, my name is Kiba Samuel, and I chair the Zoning Committee. The Zoning Committee will meet on March 8th at 5:30 p.m. to discuss and deliberate on the petitions being heard tonight. That 5:30 meeting on March 8th, 2022 will not be a continuation of tonight's public hearing. There will not be an opportunity for the public to speak unless and until a committee member has a question that is best addressed by a member of the public. That meeting will stream live on the city's planning department's YouTube page, and joining us via live stream on the government channel, the YouTube page, or the planning department's Facebook page is our Vice Chair of the Zoning Committee, Douglas Welton, and fellow committee members, Astrid Chirinos, Andrew Blumenthal, Courtney Rhodes, John Hamm, and Sam Spencer. Again, my name is Kiba Samuel. I chair the Zoning Committee, and I will be with you for the entirety of the evening should you have any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And Ms. Samuel will give us any questions that the Zoning Committee has as we go through our public hearing. So as the council has adopted a policy that no good is done after 10 p.m., so if the meeting lasts beyond 10 p.m., we may recess the hearings and reconvene those at a later date. My hope is that we're able to accomplish all of those that are scheduled to avoid any inconvenience to the petitioners. So with that, we have several things that I'd like to review with the council. We do have several items that are deferrals and withdrawals, and I'd like to have a motion after we explain which those are to approve those deferrals and withdrawals. The first one is item number 2, petition 2021-103, Providence Group Capital for approximately 2.2 acres on the north side of Blair Hill Road. They're requesting a deferral until March 21st. Item number 3, petition 2021-176, Anita Thomas for approximately 0.6 of an acre located on the east side of Randolph Road is requesting a deferral on this decision until March 21st. Item 18, Whitehall Holdings, approximately 2/10 of an acre located on the east side of Grandin Road, has asked that their petition be withdrawn. Do I have a motion for the deferrals as well as the withdrawn petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Because we are required by law, we have a roll call vote, and council members must be on camera and respond affirmatively or not to the motion as we go through it. Tonight, our roll call starts with Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
I believe Ms. Watlington will join us later unless she's on. Ms. Watt, okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
The motion is approved. We have several items that I'd like for council members to note that we will have some votes on changes that have occurred after the zoning committee's vote. This is a process by which changes as the staff has worked through them, and we make a decision on whether or not there requires, the changes have been significant, that have occurred that are significant, and it has a 3/4 vote if the changes are significant. If the changes are deemed significant, the case goes back to the zoning committee. If the process, if there's, the council determines that it is not significant, then the item will be voted on this evening. And we have, the items that we have so far are item number 8, petition 2020-158. Item number 10, petition number 2021-161. And do I have another one? And item number 4, which is 2020-089. I'll have Mr. Pettin read those changes so that we can have them entered into the record as we proceed on the first item. So with that, I think that we are ready to move to our decisions. And the very first item is agenda item number 4, petition 2021-089 by Redwood USA for approximately 21 acres on the northwest intersection of Rocky River Road, and it is in Council District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential, 3 units per acre. The proposed zoning is multifamily, 8 units per acre. The zoning committee recommends 7, and the staff recommend approval of this. However, there are changes that have been made. All of the changes that we have, the staff has determined and recommends that they are beneficial to the petition and the action, but we'll go through each one of them so that council will know them, and they'll be entered into the record, and then we'll take a vote on them. So, Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This first one's really minor, just broke out some commitments related to the multi-use paths that's proposed for the project. Put those in some separate bullet points just so they're more visible. No real change to the overall makeup and the outcome, just clarifying commitments on the multi-use path. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Patton about this recommendation? All right, if hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation that the change is minor and does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, our voting will begin. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
So with that, do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and on the council screen to approve this petition?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second? A motion and a second have been made So with that, is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I have a couple things I'd like to say.
Recognizing Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I do want to acknowledge the residents and also the developer on this petition. I work closely with the developer and also the residents trying to negotiate a happy medium for this petition. The developer, I've met with him several times. He's been very open to meeting with the residents. We were all invited out to one of the properties to see what the finished project would look like. This developer is, as Mr. Pettin said, developing a multi-use path. There's a trailhead station, and it connects to Rocky River across the street from the park. There's going to be parking and bike repair station. So this developer is really trying to be a good neighbor and a benefit to the community. So for that reason, I support the petition.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Any other comments? So we have a motion on the floor to adopt the Planning Commission's statement of consistency and approve the petition. Ms. Johnson, you're up first to indicate your support.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All right.
Madam
And
Mayor, Ms. Watlington has
Ms.
joined.
Watlington has joined us. Ms. Watlington, on item number 4. All right, we'll go to item number 5. Item number 5, petition 2021-100 by Donald Edward for approximately 13.3 acres located on the eastern intersection of Eastfield Road. It is in our ETJ, close to County Commission District 1 and City Council District 4. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily with 12 units per acre. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and approve the petition?
So moved.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the motion? Ms. Johnson? Okay. So we'll begin the roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 6. Petition 2021-152 by R.I. Charlotte Property for approximately 2.5 acres located on the west side of North Tryon Street. It's in District 4. The current zoning is mixed-use development district optional. The proposed zoning is MUD OSPA, mixed-use development optional with a site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and approve this petition?
So moved.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Did you hear me? Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is...
Mayor, Watlington's here.
Oh, okay, Ms.
Yes.
Watlington, on this vote, it's...
Yes, ma'am, I'm a yes, thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't see you on the screen. Here we are. Now, item number 7, going forward to the next one is petition 21-157 by the City of Charlotte's Aviation Department for approximately 58.2 acres located on the north side of Walker's Ferry Road. It's in District 3. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential Lower Lake Wylie protected area and manufactured housing Lower Lake Wylie protected area. The proposed zoning is general industrial Lower Lake Wylie protected area and general industrial Lower Lake Wylie critical area. The zoning committee voted 6-1 to approve this petition. Staff recommends approval of the petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and approve this petition?
So moved.
All right, Ms. Watlington, do I have a second?
Second, Driggs.
Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, item number 8 is petition 2021-158 by Trevi, I believe it's pronounced, Partners for approximately 45.3 acres located on the southwest side of North Tryon Street, east of Pavilion. It's in District 4. The current zoning is Commercial Center Site Plan Amendment and Urban Residential Commercial Conditional Site Plan Amendment. The proposed zoning is Commercial Center Site Plan Amendment and Urban Residential Commercial Conditional Site Plan Amendment with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee voted to approve the petition 5-2, and the staff recommends approval of this petition. This petition does have changes that have occurred since the zoning committee's action was, and so I'm going to have Mr. Pettin read those changes and then ask for a vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The change for this one, again, was minor. Just clarified some language stating the automotive service station would only be for minor adjustments and repairs as allowed in the CC district. Major engine work would be prohibited.
All right, do I have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation that whether the changes are not sufficient to send back to the zoning committee?
So moved. Move to not send back.
Thank you. Do I have a second to not send it back?
Second, Isel.
All right, thank you very much. Any discussion of that motion? Hearing none, we'll have a vote on not sending it back for members of 3/4 vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, that is a 3/4 vote, and the motion passes. So now we'll go to the recommendation. Do we accept the zoning commission's statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, Ms. Johnson, do I have a second?
Second, Isel.
All right. Yes, I was going to say, is there any discussion of the motion, Mr. Winston?
I would just wanted to note I will be voting against this, but that is going with the minority opinion of the zoning committee, that removal of the wellness center and adult care center in favor of automotive care center is not appropriate. And we lose an opportunity in a very auto-centric part of town to perhaps gradually include more pedestrian-centric development with that change. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Mayor. I followed this petition for quite a while, and I even attended the groundbreaking back in a couple of years ago. But I find myself here conflicted but I no longer share the same enthusiasm that I once did for this project. I think while the original intent of the project still, several elements of it still remain, I think the project has evolved to a point where I cannot support it due to various administrative and site plan amendments that have occurred over the last few months, namely one of them, a couple of them that Mr. Winston mentioned, being the elimination of the adult daycare facility and the wellness facility, but also the removal of restrictions on some of the multifamily units from age restrictions to, I guess, no restrictions there, and also replacing that adult daycare center and wellness center with the gas station gives me some heartburn. So I know this petition has been around a long time, even before, back in 2010. And I think, I recognize the fact that the market has probably moved in different directions, but I just cannot support it in its current form right now, so I'll be voting no against this petition also. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion of the petition? All right, hearing no
Yeah,
further.
I have a question, I'm sorry, Mayor, for Mr. Patton.
Yes.
I wanted to know about those kind of changes, like mid-project. I know we don't send it back for zoning, but how are citizens and council protected, I guess is the word, for the integrity of the rezoning petitions? Where is that check and balance that the changes like this aren't made from the original intention or the original application?
Thank you. The check and balance essentially is the vote this evening and the process that it went through to get to the current state that it's in as presented for decision, and through, when the hearing came up last month, and when that process starts, that's the kind of check and balance to see what's changed and what the need is for the changes that are being requested by the petitioner, and then that evaluation begins through just the normal rezoning process. So it's really the process itself becomes kind of the check on the evaluation of those changes from a previously approved project to requested site plan amendments and administrative amendments after the fact.
Ms. Johnson, does that address?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I do believe we have a motion and a second. So,
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
In light of some of my colleagues' comments, I would like to rescind my second of the motion.
All right. So we do not have a second for the motion. I am assuming that there's been some reconsideration and thoughts raised by the question or by the comments from Mr. Winston and Mr. Phipps. But we do have a motion. I can't remember who made the motion for the original, but who made that? Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson made the motion. Ms. Johnson made the original first, and so do we have a second from the council? Hearing no second.
I'd like to make a substitute motion because I must say, well, I guess I would make a motion if that motion did not carry. I did not intend to necessarily kill this petition. This was, I didn't necessarily count the votes here, did not talk to colleagues about this. So I don't want to blindside this petitioner. Mr. Phipps, I don't know if it would be more appropriate to ask for a deferment or to send back to the zoning committee to see if there is anything that can be done here. I'm prepared to make either motion.
Yeah, my review of the notes and minutes, the zoning committee approved it by a margin of 5-2, so I don't know what it would do, but it's not my intention either to disrupt the process at this late stage, but this petition has been in some form or fashion since 2010. And I recognize changes in the marketplace trying to get something done. But other than that, I think it's appropriate that we would go ahead and vote on this petition up
I
or
second the
down
motion.
and move on.
Madam Mayor, I'll second the motion.
All right, Mr. Driggs has seconded the motion made by Ms. Johnson. And I think you've heard the discussion that, what I heard Mr. Phipps say is that this is perhaps being driven by the way that the land use has been in the current state. And while it was not originally intended that way, it is the current state. And I think Mr. Winston was saying that it would always be helpful for us to let people know before we're going to do that, because there are major consequences when we deny a petition. So with that, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to start with no further discussion. I'm going to ask Ms. Johnson to lead us off.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
No.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would be inclined to vote no, but if this is going to kill this deal for 2 years, I would have wanted the opportunity for it to be sent back to the petitioner if it was to be deferred, for them to sort this out.
The motion, though, is to approve it.
You could make a substitute motion.
Well, no, we started the roll call voting. I don't know that we can come back. So I'm going to go, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll go to Ms. Ajmira. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, I'm in the same boat as Mayor Pro Tem. I would like an opportunity to defer this. So could I go ahead and make a substitute motion, because I don't think anyone made a substitute motion to defer this yet. So I would like to make a substitute motion for deferral.
All right, I need to work with our attorney. We have a motion on the floor that has been made and seconded to approve the petition. We've got 2 votes to do it, 1 against. And I'm just trying to make sure what we're doing is appropriate. Do we have to go through the motion that's on the floor, or since we started voting, or are we allowed to make a substitute motion while we're in the middle of it?
Mayor, I'm sorry. Since I made the original motion, I just talked to the developer on the phone, and he's prepared if we defer the vote. So since there is this uncertainty, he'd like to clarify some things that he says aren't really accurate, as far as, he's not removing the wellness center and some other things. So he's comfortable with the deferral. So if I rescind my original motion, then can we make a substitute motion to defer this for another month?
We've already started voting.
Okay, well, okay, all right.
Mayor's talking to the attorney right now.
I wanted to make sure, Ms. Johnson, you're the one that, helping me with procedure. I had to talk to the city attorney about this, and because of the dire consequence of a 2-year deferral, we will abandon this original motion. And I think that I'm not sure if the Mayor Pro Tem or Ms. Ajmira, but I made the motion to defer this petition. So I need a motion to defer the petition and a second.
I will make a motion to defer this petition.
Second.
I will second.
And we have a motion and a second. So now we'll begin a roll call vote on the motion to defer. Ms. Johnson?
Comment.
I'm sorry.
This is Bounce. I'm not disputing what the attorney said, but that's the first I've heard that you can just stop a vote right in the middle of it and make a substitute. But I'll go along with the spirit of what we're trying to do, but I'm not sure that's procedurally correct.
I think you probably need to go on the record, Tari, because this is the question. All right, Mr. Graham, I'm going to ask the attorney to go on record
Yeah.
to make the statement.
Mr. Graham, because of the uncertainty with which direction the council was going in before the vote started on this motion, and because of the consequence that there would be there won't be an opportunity for the petitioner to come back for 2 years if the motion is denied, and also because of the information that Ms. Johnson provided about the deferral, I think because of the situation, it seems that the intent of the council is to give this petitioner an opportunity, and so, but it is at the discretion of the council, but I believe in the circumstances, you may be able to go ahead and accept the substitute motion at this point.
Okay.
I guess what I'm going to say this, and I think first we're going to hear from Ms. Samuel on this petition, who is the chair of the zoning committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify that the minority opinion is based on the request, the documented requested details in the staff analysis that specifically state remove the 25,000 square foot wellness center, remove the 14,000 square foot adult care center. If I think it was Councilwoman Johnson noted that the petitioner is saying that is not accurate. Perhaps council, if it pleases the council, they can send it back to zoning committee. If that information is not accurate, would be another option here, if I understand correctly. But again, the minority opinion was based on the documented request details prepared in the staff analysis. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, I'd
Yes.
just like to say, based on the circumstances, and the intent of the council, what it appeared to me, I had made a determination that the vote could be interrupted, but I understand that it is not typical to do that, and so I would at this point recommend that you go forward with the vote to, I believe it's a vote to approve.
Madam Mayor, may I ask our city attorney a question?
Yes.
I think the difference with this versus a vote we make during a business meeting is we want to make sure that if we vote to deny this petition, have we immediately closed the door on a deferral? You know, does that start the clock saying you can't come back for 2 more years because we denied the petition?
That's correct.
So, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, what I would say is then defeat the motion that was on the floor and take the next step and have a motion to keep the process clean. So right now, if based upon the
Can we
original
do that,
motion,
though?
I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I asked Ms. Hagler, is if we could do that, because if we vote to deny the petition, does that immediately cancel the opportunity to defer it? Does that immediately say this is now, it cannot come back for 2 years? Does it still, is there still an opportunity to defer it?
So I believe the motion was to approve the petition. Is that correct?
That is correct. The motion was to approve the petition and the zoning committee statement as our own. And so far, on the roll call vote, we had Ms. Johnson voting yes, Mr. Newton voting no, Ms. Watlington voting yes. The Mayor Pro Tem and Ms. Ajmira take a position to have a substitute motion. The issue is having a substitute motion in the middle of a roll call vote. And while it may be, I'm trying to figure out a way that we can accomplish this, but we do have a motion on the floor that has to be voted on, a motion properly made and second.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I have a question.
I have a couple of questions, but I have Mr. Winston first, followed by Mr. Newton.
Madam Attorney, it's my understanding if a petition is denied, then that 2-year period, would be on the table. But what we have now is a motion to approve. Is a failure to reach 6 votes to a motion to approve the same thing as a denial? So being what I'm getting at, if we don't get 6 votes to approve, could we then make another motion to do something with this petition, i.e. send it back?
Yes, sir.
That's the path that I was trying to take. If you take this motion and it doesn't get approved, then we are ready to start with a clean motion.
New motion. Copy that. Thank you.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Great, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to continue the roll call voting. Yes. Mr. Newton. Sorry, Mr. Newton?
I'll rescind my question, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Newton. So the roll call vote so far, just so that everybody knows what the count is, Ms. Johnson has voted in support. Mr. Newton has voted against. Ms. Watlington has voted in support. We're now to the Mayor Pro Tem.
No, against.
Ms.
Madam Mayor, this is
Ajmira.
Watlington. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would like to change mine to no, given the conversation that we've had.
I'm trying to remember reconsideration of a vote, what that requires.
At this point, you're in the middle of the vote. If she would like to change her vote, it's not considered a reconsideration. You're still in the middle of the vote.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
No.
Ms. Watlington, I couldn't hear you.
No.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
No.
Mr. Phipps?
No.
Mr. Winston?
No.
That motion fails because it has 6 votes of no.
I'd like to make a motion to send this petition
Mayor
back.
Pro Tem,
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to record the remaining votes in the roll call. Mr. Bakari? Mr. Driggs?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
No.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right. I do not have Mr. Bakari's vote. Mr. Bakari, could you hear me?
Yes, I said I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion to accept the recommendation of the zoning committee fails. Do I have another motion?
I'd like to make a motion to defer this petition and send it back to the zoning committee for reconsideration.
Second, Ajmira.
So just want to be sure, because if the motion to defer, that doesn't necessarily send it back to the zoning committee, it just defers it another month for the council to vote on it. If you've already voted on the motion to send back, so in order to redo that, you'd have to reconsider that motion.
I would like to reconsider.
Could we just defer it
That would be,
and ask the staff to work through the issues?
I would, that would be fine. I just, from what Ms. Hegler-Gray just said, we could be in a situation next month where the council might consider that the changes are such that they should go back to the zoning committee, and that would push it back another month. So I'm wondering if reconsideration is the best way to keep this most efficiently kind of moving forward.
so the vote on the change has already been made. So that's been accomplished, and so if it's deferred another month, it would be deferred with consideration to that change. That change would be part of the petition now.
I will clarify my motion and a motion to defer this petition.
All right, the motion is for Mr. Winston to defer for a month this petition. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms.
Second,
Ajmira
Ajmira.
seconds it. So with that, is there any further discussion?
I do, and I don't want to be a bug tonight, right? But procedurally, are we doing this the right way? Either it's an approval or a denial. You can't deny it and then say.
It could be a deferral, Mr. Graham. The council can vote for a deferral.
After it was denied?
Yes.
It wasn't denied. There were 6 votes. It didn't achieve the
Failed
6
the
votes
motion.
necessary to approve. You could either make a motion to deny, but there has been a motion made to defer because the previous motion didn't pass, so there was no action.
Okay, guys, can y'all help us a little bit? I know you're all excited about this opportunity for the way that we see this, all right, but we have an attorney, and Mr. Graham, did you hear what was?
I'm fine.
So we have a motion for a deferral. And
Mayor, I have to piggyback off Mr. Graham's question and concern about the process. So is the attorney saying, because this kind of goes against what we've been, our practice. So is the attorney saying that because we didn't vote specifically to deny it, failure to approve it still leaves the issue adjudicatable? I thought the not approving was a denial.
no, the motion was to approve, and that did not pass. So that opens it up for another motion. And generally, that's the way we've done our business meetings. If something doesn't pass, you can go to the substitute motion, you can go to another motion. And I think that's what Ms. Gray is saying. It's kind of like a clean slate. Now, we couldn't make the motion, I'm assuming. We could make either the motion to deny, or we could make a motion to defer. That's the way I understand what Ms. Hagler-Gray is saying to us. And I'm going to say that she has been sitting through more zoning meetings than most of us have had all combined. So, and I tell you, if something comes back, this is how I believe. If she goes back and says, I've done some more research and it changes, we just bring it forward again. But I think right now it's a deferral, and there's no harm, no foul if she comes back and says you have to do something now. And she can do that in a week. So is there any other questions? I have Mr. Newton. Is Mr. Newton, are you wanting to speak again?
No, ma'am, Madam Mayor, I don't have a question.
All right, so
Don't
any
know if my
other
hand was still up.
questions? We have a motion to defer for a month on the table. And I'm going to start the roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. That motion's to defer for a month passes. The next item is rezoning petition 2021-160 by Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools and Woodfield Development for approximately 74 acres located on the northeast side of North Community House Road, and it is in District 7. The current zoning is mixed-use innovation, single-family residential. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development, optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own and
So
approve
moved,
this petition?
Second.
I heard Mr. Who was first?
Driggs.
Driggs. Mr. Driggs?
Yes, I made the motion.
All right, and followed by Mr. Winston for the second. Any discussion on this?
Madam Mayor, could I speak to this?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Driggs.
I just want to commend the neighbors for their very constructive attitude in conversations with the petitioner here and commit to them that we will work with them to ensure that some of the issues they raised about possible parking and thoroughfares in their neighborhoods because of the school, we will work to address those. The city will stay involved on that issue. But otherwise, I think we're ready to go ahead with the vote on this one.
All right. Any other, Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I just echo Mr. Driggs' comments. Grateful for the active neighbors. I was able to spend some time with them along with Mr. Driggs and the developer and some folks from CMS. Again, this democracy gets done by active, engaged citizens, and this was definitely one of those situations. So.
All right. All right, any other comments or anyone else wanting to be recognized? If not, we'll start with the roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next item is a petition 2021-161 by Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools and Woodfield Development for approximately 36 acres located along the south side of Audrey Kell Road in District 7. The current zoning is mixed-use innovative. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to?
Motion to adopt and approve.
All right, Mr. Eggleston made a motion to adopt and approve.
Is this for
I'm sorry,
161?
there
Yeah,
are
there's
changes.
changes. Yep. Thank
Mr.
you.
Eggleston, I did not turn my page to see where I have to go back. We'll start again. All right, this item has had changes, and I would like to have Mr. Pettin go through the changes in the petition 2021-161 that have been made and recommended. The staff does believe that the changes are beneficial to the project and recommends that it not go back to the zoning committee. Mr. Patton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The changes after zoning committee that were made, there was an addition of an up to 14,000 square feet recreation center with a partnership with Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec. The affordability commitment increased from 10% to 15% and also increased from a period of 15 years to a period of 20 years. Building heights were reduced to 3-story and 40 feet, down from 48 feet, and 4 stories at 48 feet, down from 55 feet. So we go from 48 and 55 down to 40 and 48. And also reduced massing scale of the front multifamily building along Audrey Kell, added more green space, and including a written visual commitment for a linear park along Bo Riley, as well as a pocket park at the corner of Bo Riley and Audrey Kell. Minimum open space was increased from 9,000 square feet to 16,500 square feet. Did add wider sidewalks with up to 12 feet around the residential component of the project. And also agreed to construct a bus waiting pad should CATS provide a future transit service to that area within 5 years of the zoning approval. Thank you.
Motion to not send back.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Eggleston not to send it back. Do I have a second?
Second, Driggs.
All right, Mr. Driggs, is there any discussion on the changes? Hearing none. Ms. Johnson on the motion to not send back.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Yes, now we can go to the
Motion to
next.
adopt and approve.
We have a motion by Mr. Eggleston and a second by Mr. Driggs to approve the petition that we just noted that did not go to send back, which is the
I don't think-
Madam
petition.
Mayor, I didn't second the motion.
I don't have a second yet.
Do I have a
Second.
second? I'm sorry. Is there a
Second.
second? Did I hear Mr. Graham? Did you second?
I did.
Graham.
All right, Mr. Graham. Mr. Eggleston made the motion. Mr. Graham made the second. All right, is there any discussion of the motion?
Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Driggs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to say to the residents in the Audrey Kell area that I appreciate your passion and your engagement, raising the issues that you have, and I agree with you on a lot of those issues. I've done my best to take your message to the petitioner and to my colleagues, and I think in a nutshell, we can summarize by saying that the density of the residential portion of this development is just too high in the context of the adjacent single-family neighborhoods, the congestion on the roads, which is a serious problem, and the lack of public transportation or walkable amenities that would normally be expected near a large development of apartments like this. The situation on Audrey Kell is acute. It's one of the most crowded roads in Charlotte. Notwithstanding these issues, I do acknowledge that petitioners have responded to opposition to the initial plan by making significant changes. The number of units has been reduced from 475 to 349. Significantly, the number of affordable housing units has increased from 10% to 15% of total units, and the affordability term is now 20 years, up from 15. And I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that the affordability of the apartments was never the issue here, contrary to some public statements that have been made. 3 major developments have been approved in District 7 in the last couple of years with over 300 affordable apartments, and they were not opposed by anybody locally. They did not encounter opposition in District 7, and I think we need to move past that narrative. Other improvements that have been made since the public hearing include the new recreation center, a reduction in building height, and various plan changes as detailed in Mr. Brown's letter to me dated February 10th and by Mr. Pettin just now. The plan has come a long way since it was first offered. I regret that the final adjustment that I proposed that would have allowed me to vote for the plan has proved unworkable for the petitioners. That, combined with my strongly held view that CMS should not make City Council responsible for the timely delivery of schools, makes it impossible for me to support this petition. At the same time, colleagues, I've tried to share with you all the information you need to reach your own conclusion, and I recognize that our usual practice of standing behind the district council member may not apply in this case, so I appreciate the time you've given to me on these issues, the progress we have made since the petition was originally filed, and I will respect the will of council as determined by the vote we are about to take. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driggs. I want to recognize Councilmember Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to recognize Mr. Drake's involvement in this rezoning petition. We have had several conversations. I was a vocal opponent for this rezoning petition in the beginning. And because of his advocacy, there have been several changes that have been made that are very positive, from infrastructure improvements to open green space to affordable housing. We have come a long way from where we were at the hearing. I've also talked to our CMS board members. I've talked to residents, and I understand that school overcrowding is a serious issue. And some of that school overcrowding, we have contributed to that by approving higher density, and we need to be part of the solution. And this is a part of the solution by approving this rezoning petition. This is not perfect. However, we've come a long way with reducing the density and increasing the green space and opening up a recreation center. So I will be supporting it, and I hope my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Mr. Winston?
Thank you. Would like to thank the petitioner. I would like to thank CMS. I would like to thank the neighbors, and I would like to thank Mr. Driggs. I said a while ago that Mr. Driggs is really good at these rezonings, and I think he showed everybody kind of what I meant. He got a lot of concessions out of the developer, and it's a great project moving forward, even if he's not going to support it. There are a couple things that came up during this whole petition I just think need some clarification or clarity. Congestion. I think this is one of the main things that we all as a council, as a city, are trying to deal with. But people do not create congestion. Cars, automobiles are what creates congestion. The need for people to get into their vehicles and use those vehicles to move about town to get to the basic needs, essentials like going to work, going to the supermarket, or going to school, are what creates congestion. In order to solve for those issues, we have to create a city, develop a city that is more pedestrian-centric. It creates places where you don't need a vehicle, and therefore you have less traffic and congestion. We're dealing with a part of town that is very difficult to provide, but again, I would thank the petitioner for going back to utilizing a city council adopted policy to measure these things. We can measure the types of gradual changes that will be needed, right? This is a part of town that does have a lot of desirable services, that if there was more dense housing, you could take a more pedestrian-centric approach. So that's what part of what this represents, and what we're going to need more of, not just in this part of town, on Audrey Kell Road, but in all parts of town. So the more that people can do things like walk to school, the less congestion there is going to be. And when it comes down to it in this specific area, one of the biggest drivers to congestion is the need for people to drive to school, particularly Audrey Kell right there. And whatever congestion, majority of that congestion is going to be because of the new school and the traffic around pickup and drop off. So again, we have an issue in this city, regardless if it's public school, CMS, private school, parochial school, charter schools, and that too many people have to drive their kids to school. That create these traffic nightmares all over town, no matter where you're at. So this petition hopefully will help to bring a gradual difference in this area. I will say it can't be spoken enough. This project brings unsubsidized affordable housing to District 7. Over this past year, it's been highlighted how difficult it has been for us to subsidize affordable housing in District 7. But this project, because of its innovation, is going to allow that. And again, I have to give some props to CMS. Again, this can't be overstated. This community, this city, this region has been in a conversation around affordable housing and equity. And in 2017, I think it was, we passed an almost $1 billion bond to build more schools. This was in the middle of an affordable housing conversation where we have identified that the biggest inhibitor to building affordable housing is the cost of land. And as a community, one of the things that we have said is that the way we develop schools is one of the few green spaces where you have the ability to cut the cost of dirt in Charlotte. So we have to find ways to get CMS to develop housing when they develop schools. And you're doing that, right? This is an experiment, and this is hopefully something that can be replicated throughout the county, throughout the city. I would agree with Mr. Driggs that I think if there's anything, there was a missed opportunity where we can figure out a better way to collaborate here. Being that you are finding a solution that we've asked you to, and being that affordable housing and pedestrian-centric development is something that we have asked you to think about. When you bring something to us, how can we help to better this, right? How can we hear, for instance, the issues of the community, right? I think about what we learned in other development projects like in Centene, right, where we are going above and beyond and finding ways that we can improve state-maintained roads, right? Well, this was a main sticking point on this petition. Is there something that we've learned in other types of developments and land use projects that could be applicable as you're introducing these new models of development? Are there ways that we can work with you and other development partners to utilize these dollars that we put in to house teachers and firefighters and police officers in affordable housing situations in places they might find really desirable, right? Like next to an elementary school or a high school, in a place that has apartment living as well as home ownership opportunities in townhomes. There might be that natural upward economic mobility, again, if we find better ways to collaborate. So I know I've said a lot. But I think this is an important, these past two petitions are very important, and I hope that we look back at these two things as a real paradigm shift of how we develop our city. So kudos and congrats to you on this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to thank Mr. Driggs. He worked really hard on this petition. I was disappointed that the petitioner would not reduce the number of units by another 50. I'm not trying to be cynical, but I think it probably could have been done. And I really don't like being pitted against the schools like this. Either we're for the schools and affordable housing or not, the city council has the job for planning. The schools don't and the county doesn't. And it is tough, as anybody knows who watches these rezonings every single month. The whole country is struggling right now with rising housing costs, with traffic congestion, things like that. And none of it, none of these are binary choices, right? We need more of this kind of product in this part of town. There's no doubt about that. Ardrey-Kell is a problem. That street is a problem. There's no doubt about that. We need more school options in South Charlotte. There's no doubt about that. And so it leaves us with a very difficult job to do. And at the end of the day, I really don't like being pitted against our colleagues in government by the developer, frankly. So that was very frustrating for me in this process. At the end of the day, I'm going to support this petition because we need to alleviate the overcrowding in our schools. As a parent who had children that went through the public school system here, who had kids that had 48 kids in a trailer, I can't even imagine what that would be like in the COVID environment, to have to deal with that kind of overcrowding. But this is something that I've said, and we always talk about that we need to do. The city council needs to figure out ways to partner with the schools. And I don't believe we've had one that we've partnered, a zoning that we've partnered with the schools on since 2016 with the school at Eastland. So I hope we can refine this process. I hope that the city planners can get involved earlier on and this can be a more satisfactory outcome. But at the end of the day, I want to remind everybody, traffic congestion is a real problem all over the city. Every one of us are struggling with it. The state has an $11 billion gap between projects that have been approved that are in the STIP, and those are projects that are approved for funding, and what the state has to pay for that funding. We have got to get our state leaders to understand the desperate need for transportation improvements all over the state, and address the lack of funding for those. So this was something that frankly is a little bit out of our control because we can't do much about Ardrey-Kell or Providence Road, the traffic congestion on those states. And I think we all need to team together and really advocate at the state level with our state representatives that we need help addressing the traffic congestion in these parts of town. But with that, I will be in support of this petition, and I hope that if this were to come up again, we would figure out a better way to work together for a better solution. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that I will be supporting this petition. This petition checks all of the boxes. It's affordable housing where there might not otherwise be affordability. We're building schools in an overcrowded school district area, and it just checks the boxes. The neighbors complained about the traffic, and I understand that. Mr. Driggs said this is one of the most congested areas in the city, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. She just nailed it. We need our state leaders, or we as council or elected officials have to do something. This is a macro issue. Yes, this is a congested area, but so was Sugar Creek when there was a petition that was approved. So was Highway 160. So was Mallard Creek when we approved 1 million square feet of development. So the traffic is an issue in the city, and that's a macro issue. So we as council can't cherry pick which of our residents are going to be negatively affected by this growth. It's something that we as a council or state representatives, that we have to be intentional about addressing this. The traffic is an issue, and I would say also if we could work with the state leaders and really try to develop a plan, if we take a step back from development or whatever it's going to take. But the traffic is a problem, but unfortunately that the residents, the current residents, are bearing the burden for the future residents that we're planning for. So we as leaders have to balance the leading for the future with managing for the here and now. And I think that this is just an example of what we as leaders or state leaders, we need to address the macro issue of the traffic and the lack of infrastructure. But for this development, I'm excited or look forward to supporting it because, again, it's affordable housing in an area that might not otherwise be affordable, and the additional schools. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Phipps?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think one of the most frustrating parts of this petition was the fact that we couldn't, there was no way or supposedly there was no way to de-link school construction from the multifamily units. I don't know that I've ever seen a petition that was really structured this way, where it was an all or nothing type proposition. But I also recall back in 2017 when I actively campaigned for the school board, school bonds. So it would sort of be really counterintuitive for me to vote against the school bonds, this school construction, after I was out there campaigning, holding up signs in support of the school bonds back in 2017. So I'll be supporting this petition as well. And I also thank Mr. Driggs. I mean, he was working. People say James Brown is the hardest working man in show business. I think it was Mr. Driggs working the phones, working his colleagues on this, and trying to reach an accommodation. And I really appreciate his leadership in this area. So I'll be supporting it. But one thing I wanted to find out was, much has been said about that these schools would help alleviate overcrowding. I'm wondering, has there been any modeling to show how long it would take for these schools after construction to reach capacity again? I would be interested in knowing if the school board, Mr. DeCaria, or has he ever done any of that type of modeling that might be available to us there?
We'll do a follow-up so that we can ask that question, and I see people nodding, so we'll get some additional information and send it out as a result of the follow-up report. I think it's probably one of those situations where, as Ms. Johnson said, almost every one of the ills that we've talked about in urban living is a part of what this petition has addressed or called our attention to. Particularly, I want everybody to remember when we were talking about Charlotte in the next 10 years will grow another city the size of Greensboro here. So these are not going to be new issues to us. They're going to be issues that continuously show up on our agenda. I really appreciate the idea of how do we collaborate and share information as we work together towards quality of life for everyone in the city. But we all know the top issues are making sure that we have a really good program for our kids to be able to have the jobs of the future, that we continue to address affordable housing, and that we provide ways for people to move around the city that isn't a burden on the quality of life that we present. And so as we're going through this, Mr. Driggs has probably been what I would call a wise person to really give us a model for how to address some of these issues and how we have to talk about it in our communities, because this will not be the last one. We're going to grow 200,000 people in the next 10 years. These problems are only going to grow with the population growth in our city. So with that, we have a motion by Mr. Eggleston, a second by Mr. Graham. Now I'll begin the roll call vote. All right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes?
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that our next rezoning petition is 2021-162 by Rosemary Espinoza. for approximately 7/10 of an acre bound by the south side of North Linwood Avenue, and it's in District 2. The current zoning is multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is general business. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to deny this petition, and the staff recommends approval of the petition. So I'm going to ask if there is a motion to deny or approve this petition, and to have the appropriate statement of consistency follow that motion if approved. So with that this is in District 2. So
move.
Mr. Graham has made a motion to approve the petition.
Yes.
And adopt the zoning committee and adopt the staff statement of consistency as our own. Is there a second?
Second, Driggs.
All right, we have a second by Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? I will have him read the staff. All right, so Mr. Patton's going to read the staff statement of consistency so that the council members, and I believe it's going to be on the screen as well, Mr. Patton, is that correct?
This won't be just.
This won't be, all right. So
but
we'll
I'll
have
read them out.
Statement of consistency read by Mr. Patton. If we could all kind of listen intently.
Sure. These are also found in the staff analysis and the rationale bullets. So the subject site is surrounded by both general business and neighborhood business zoning districts. The rezoning of the site would bring the whole block under all business zoning districts, allowing for a more consistent development pattern. The application of the B2 zoning district is more appropriate than the existing R22 zoning, given the retail and industrial land uses that are both directly adjacent to the parcel. And also the site is between Brookshire Boulevard and Roslow's Ferry Road, both major thoroughfares that are appropriate for the application of the B2 zoning district to this parcel and surrounding parcels.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
you've heard the statement of consistency. It's in your document, I believe, on the page behind the zoning committee discussion item under the part where it says the staff recommendation. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of this issue?
I have a question, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Can we hear from Ms. Samuels from the zoning committee to give information on why this was unanimously opposed?
We will make that happen. I looked at this on the map, and I saw, if you look on the map that says the site is denoted with the red star, and I see nothing but asphalt. I mean, nothing but asphalt around that. And I wondered if there was any rationale, because it's I-80, it's the Brookshire, it's Highway I-85, several exits and a diamond. It just seems to me that when you look at the surrounding uses and where this is, I don't see how it can become more than, but we'll try to get Ms.
Yeah, I think we're trying to track her down now.
Okay, give us a minute.
Madam Mayor, it's also in our packets, the full explanation of the zoning committee's discussion and vote.
Yes, it is in the packet. All right,
Well,
Ms. Samuel,
I don't know
Ms.
that the public
Johnson.
has a copy of our packet.
I'm sorry.
They do.
Go ahead,
Hold
Ms.
on.
Samuels.
Ms. Samuel, Ms. Johnson has asked the question, if you would summarize the discussion and the result from the zoning committee's recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, for the question. So the committee thought that in this particular petition, for it to come to us conventional and not knowing the types of impact that it would have in this area was bothersome for some committee members. And once that concern was voiced, there was some discourse about the whys and the whats. That area of 16 is fairly tiny in terms of it's intersecting with 85, Roslow's Ferry Road, and Linwood. And if that petition were to move forward on a conventional basis, it may impact that single-family community right there, not knowing the traffic problems that it could exacerbate going to Highway 85. Some of us drive that highway or that stretch of 16 every day and have seen many of accidents. So to not have it come to us conditionally was a bit of a concern, and we didn't want to approve it in the blind.
So I remember we had this conversation about conditional versus conventional rezonings before, and I think what Ms. Samuel was saying, that conditional would have been preferable. Is that correct? Did I say that correctly?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. With a conventional rezoning, the petitioner is not required to submit a site plan. So without the site plan, without knowing the direct impact to that particular quadrant of 16 and Rawls's Ferry was a concern.
And I guess I'm going to ask this because we've gone through this once. If we deny this petition, would there be a 2-year moratorium on changes?
Yes, unless it fits within particular exceptions that are in the zoning ordinance, but the standard is a 2-year denial, 2-year window within which you must wait to come back for reconsideration.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, it's Ed Driggs. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sheree, the standard is that you can only submit a higher density application within the 2-year period. It's not a total lockout, but the new petition has to be above the density of the one that was denied. Is
That's
that wrong?
correct, Mr. Driggs. I'd have to check for sure, but there are specific exceptions to that 2-year rule, and I think the density of the hierarchy and the zoning categories is one of them.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion or questions on the petition? Hearing no further, we have a motion by Mr. Graham and second by Mr. Driggs for this petition. And I'll begin the roll call vote. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
No.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. The next item is item number 12, petition 2021-169 by the City of Charlotte's Engineering for approximately 9 acres located on the south side of Mount Holly, Huntersville Road. It's in Council District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential, Lake Wylie Protected Area. The requested zoning is Neighborhood Services, Lake Wylie Protected Area. This is recommended by both the Zoning Commission and the staff. Is there a motion to accept the Zoning Committee's statement of consistency at our own and approve the petition?
So move on both.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, item 13, petition 2021-173 by OPM Limited and Benfield for approximately 2 acres located on the south side of Old Mount Holly Road on the east side of Melinda Road. It's in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential with 4 and 5 units per acre. The proposed zoning is light industrial. The zoning committee voted 6-1 to approve this petition, and staff recommends approval. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So move.
Mr. Graham, do I have a second?
Driggs.
Mr. Driggs, thank you. Is there any discussion on the petition? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira, Ms. Ajmira, Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Item 14, rezoning petition 2021 by Daniel Corporation for approximately 1.7 acres located on the south side of North Graham Street. It's in District 2. The current zoning is urban residential historic district. The proposed zoning is uptown mixed-use district, historic district. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt this statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So move.
All right, Mr. Graham, do I have a second?
Second, Isel.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Item 15, petition 2021-183 by James Howell for approximately 1 acre located on the south side of Irwin Lane. It's in Council District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential conditional with 8 units, and the proposed zoning is single-family residential. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement as our own and adopt this petition?
So moved, Watlington.
Second.
All right, but Ms. Watlington and Mr. Winston, is there any discussion? All right, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira, Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item number 16 for approximately 0.8 of an acre located west of Yeoman Road in District 3. The current zoning is general industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development transition. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Watlington. Yes.
All right, Ms.
Second.
Watlington, followed by Mr. Eggleston. All right, is there any discussion on the petition? All right, if there's none, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Item 17 is rezoning petition 2021-185 by SXCW Properties for approximately 2.5 acres located on the east side of Freedom Drive in District 3. The current zoning is shopping center, airport noise overlay, and the proposed zoning is general business, airport noise overlay. The zoning committee recommends approval of this petition as well as the staff. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So moved, Watlington.
All right, Ms. Watlington, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Phipps. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
So that completes the portion of our agenda for decisions. So the next section of this is for our public hearings, and I need to pull out our speakers list. Mr. Phipps, here it is, there it is. Thank you. All right, I just want to do a time check. It's now 6:30 approximately. We have 20 petitions, and so we're going to try to get through all of these in a reasonable amount of time, around 10 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and begin. Item number 18 was withdrawn. The first petition is 2021-056 by Urban Trends Real Estate. And it is for approximately 1.3 acres on the north side of B Avenue, east of Beatties Ford Road, north of Interstate 85. It's in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential as well as multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. So I'm going to have the staff presentation, and then we'll be followed by Chris Odowinde, who will be speaking for the petitioner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-056, as mentioned, 1.35 acres just off Beatties Ford Road between B Avenue and C Avenue. It's currently zoned R3 and R17. The northern portion of the site along C Avenue is the R17 part. The proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional, and the adopted future land use from the Northwest District Plan does call for multifamily uses. Does have some single-family recommendations down on that yellow portion of the site there as well. This proposal is to allow up to 20 multifamily units. You can see in the layout there in 4 separate buildings. Would construct a new public street that would be a connection point between both B Avenue and C Avenue, provide an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along all public streets, walkways that would connect residential entrances to those sidewalks. Also a minimum of 12,000 square feet of open space with seating areas, enhanced landscaping and shade structures, and then commits to architectural details for preferred building materials, modulations for buildings over 100 feet in length, pitched roofs, blank wall expanse limitations, and screened meter banks. Staff does recommend approval of this petition due to some outstanding issues related to transportation. It is consistent with the Northwest District Plan recommendation for multifamily land uses. And again, we do recommend approval and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
So, Mr. Yes, you go. You got 3 minutes.
Sir, if you could go to the brown one, because there's a lot of cords back there. This one here. Oh. I'm so sorry.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Chris Odowinde is my name with Urban Trends Real Estate. I'm actually here tonight on behalf of Mr. Koza, JC. We are his agent, and we are going through this rezoning on his behalf. So most of what you see here are some of our work, but let's go to the next slide. Next one. Next one. Next one. I figured I'll talk a little bit about how we got to this point. This petition was filed last year, and as a result of our dialogue with the community after the community meeting, we had, go to the next one. We had proposed a 3-building, 3-story, 36-unit project for the site because the owner, Mr. Koza, wanted to maximize the density on the site. As we talked in dialogue with the community, and they were quite lukewarm to this concept. If you go to the next slide, they felt that it was just out of scale, and to the way we like to work, we like to listen, and so we went back to the drawing board. And if you go to the next slide, and basically address some of the issues and scale down the density as well as the product. So we went from a 3-story walk-up development project down to townhome development. And the next set of slides will show the sensitivity to the design that we bring to a different project similar to this one. So we have not designed this because Mr. Koza is still trying to decide whether this is going to be a for sale or for rent product. However, the next set of slides will show you some of the work that we've done in the community, and which we hope that we're going to collaborate with Mr. Koza to bring to this project we did in the Belmont neighborhood. And then this is in 3rd Ward. That's the next one. This is recently completed by the Wesley Village, Fremont West area. And then this is under construction in South Charlotte on Swans Run. Share all this to say that we did the same reason how we listen to the community about the scale and the density. We're going to do the same thing as we enter the design phase, to listen to them and understand what they're looking for, and make sure that the design fits within the context where we are building. With that, I will take some questions if you have some for us.
Let me see if I heard this correctly, is that you're requesting the urban residential conditional, but you don't yet have the design, and the conditional really requires review of a number of things that require design, and this starts the clock running. So that means that you'd be working with the staff and to bring something that meets the conditional standards at some point.
Well, we do have the site plan that we are going to be bound by. So, and I think we're going to be limited to height, 40-foot height limitation. The density is going to be defined. Now, the look of it is what we were hoping that we can have some flexibility. As if we go for sale workforce housing, then we can decide whether it's a 3-story product or a 2-story product. The challenge that we've had with conditional rezoning to date is that when you make those decisions now and then the market, you decide on a different market product, and then you have to come back for rezoning, and we're trying to avoid having to do that. So if there's a way to work with staff to address some of the concerns that you might have, then we're willing to listen to that.
All right. Mr. Graham, you're recognized for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And you asked my first question for me. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation and for listening to the neighborhoods in reference to the size and the scale of the project. But just as the mayor indicated, I would love to, before we approve this, be able to see some drawings, if possible. So I think it's is that possible?
Oh, absolutely. The question is that, does the images show to replace drawings? If not, then we'll do drawings. These examples of the products that could be built there in terms of design.
I think it may be also beneficial to the neighborhoods and the neighborhood associations who may be asking those type of questions as well. So I think that'll be helpful for all.
Okay.
I think working with Mr. Graham and the neighborhood associations may be good.
Yes.
I do have one question. I see the way the layout is now is that you have 2 areas that have driveways that end in a dead end area.
Yes.
And I just wondered about how that might work for circulation and as well for visitors parking. So I think there are some issues around transportation and doing something that's safe in that setting, because I don't know whose property that is, but when you have that dead end, how does that work? And how do we get refuge collection services in there as well? We have some places that we didn't do so successfully, and the guys have to do extra things to get refuge collection in and out. So I just want us to be sensitive to what we're doing, and particularly where those properties come out. And I know, you'll come back with the homeowner or the rental property decision. But again, something to look at for how we provide services, fire, ambulance, refuge in there as well. Okay?
That's fair.
All right, so I think Mr. Phipps.
Yeah.
And Mayor Pro Tem after following Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, I had a chance to read your community meeting report. You had 4 people in attendance there, and none of which that I could see raised any substantial objections. They had just had general questions. I was wondering, I don't know what kind of feedback did you have been getting from the adjacent neighborhood there, but it looks as if they really didn't avail themselves to this particular community meeting at this point. I don't know if you had any subsequent conversations with them or not.
I'm glad you asked that question. The first meeting was the one you just referred to, and it was probably 4 or 5 people there, and everybody was just so excited about seeing new investment to come into Wilson Heights. Now, we've had subsequent meetings with them, and the new folks that came about said, well, gosh, this doesn't fit here. And so we said, well, let's take a step back. And I spoke with Mr. Kozar about let's just lower the density and the scale, and he was amenable to that. And so we went back, and this they thought fit better with the fabric of the single-family community and all that. Now, the Magnolia Garden that Mr. Kozar has owned for 46 years, he told me that earlier. I'm like, wow, you must have bought it when you were 11 years old. But he's owned that for a while, and one of the perfect examples of affordable housing. 1 bedroom rents for $750, 2 bedrooms there is $850, and it's basically wanted to kind of expand upon that. And he's been a great neighbor for that community, and they love him. So from the comments that you saw there, that they were excited to see him do more work there, and we hope that this will be an extension of what he's been able to do over the years.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Chris, thank you. And I too want to tell you that I appreciate you working with the neighbors and listening to them about what their concerns have been. And I would also share the sentiment that Mr. Graham expressed, that I really would like to see what that design would be, with it being for purchase versus rentals. So if we can get that before the decision and give us a little time to ask you any questions, I think that would be important, and get to be able to see what the design would be based on whether it ends up being rental or for sale.
Well, we'll get that done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
We have
So
a
moved.
motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
And a second. Thank you very much. And so we'll have to do roll call votes for those items as well. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, item number 20 has been withdrawn. And
No, that was
I'm sorry.
18.
Did I pick the wrong one that's withdrawn?
18 was.
I'm sorry. All right, item number 18. Here we go. Did I skip 18? I did. Item 18 was withdrawn.
Correct.
All right, item 19. And the petition, next petition is item number 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because on one of my sheets, it says withdrawn. So,
How is that
keep up.
confusion?
I'm just trying to keep up here. Okay, item number 20, petition 2021-093 by Steel Creek, approximately 185 acres located south of the Interstate 485, east of Steel Creek. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential mixed-use development district conditional, light industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is office conditional, mixed-use development district optional, urban residential conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. So we will begin with the staff presentation, and I'm going to assume Mr. Brown or Ms. Grant will manage the group that's speaking for the petition. And are they virtual? Oh, there. Oh, sorry, I could not see past Mr. Phipps. All right, I know. All right, so we'll start with the staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-093, it's just under 185 acres. It's located just south of 485 off Steel Creek Road, at the end of Brown Greer Road and Sandy Porter Road. It's currently zoned a myriad of districts. We've got R3 mud conditional, I-1 conditional, and then the proposed zoning is for O2, MUD O, and UR2, all conditional zoning districts with 5-year vested rights. The Steel Creek Area Plan does recommend residential up to 60 UA. However, the development response study that was put together in October of 2017, that was a focused method to evaluate and work with development proposals that called for unanticipated development activity from the existing area plan. The development response in this area did recommend that the area be developed with a mixed use to moderate to high intensity development, along with an appropriate street network to support such development. And the study also recommended that development be walkable and pedestrian oriented. So the proposal that's included with this petition does have 1.23 million square feet for office and or medical office uses, 340,000 square feet of community hospital uses, 104,200 square feet of commercial, 250 hotel rooms, do have 275 multifamily dwelling units and or senior multifamily dwelling units and 50 single-family attached dwelling units. Does allow for some conversion rights and transfer of uses, and also grants an easement of 35-foot swim buffer for future greenway and dedicates an area in E2 for a future park. Also commits to transportation improvements as outlined in the TIS and commits to several preferred architectural standards throughout the development as a whole. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues with transportation to work through. It's inconsistent with the adopted area plan, but it does implement the vision that was put together for the development response, and therefore staff again does recommend approval of the petition. We'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner presentation. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to recognize Jeff Brown representing the petitioner.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and members of the zoning committee. It is a pleasure for my colleague Bridget Grant and I to be assisting Steel Creek 1997 along with Childress Klein on this mixed-use rezoning for this Steel Creek area to be anchored by exciting project, the Novant Health Facility Community Hospital. With us tonight, Chris Thomas, who supports a number of the efforts for Steel Creek 1997s, and also Matt Steen, who leads the real estate and facilities for Novant Health. If you could move to the next slide, it'd be great, thanks. Maybe one more as well. And Dave did a great job. Many of you may recall that Steel Creek 1997, for the Gambrell real estate interests, has really played a leading stewardship role in this entire Steel Creek area. For new development, that includes, for instance, the Premium Outlets Mall project that you can see nearby, and the concourse across 485 at Arrowwood Road. Those are all longtime Steel Creek 1997 properties. And as a long-term stakeholder, they're very patient in their development, but the time is really right to move forward, particularly with the opportunity that presented by Novant Health to bring healthcare services to this underserved area. To the next slide. This kind of sums up things really in a nutshell. We're pleased, again, thank you, Dave, for all their great work at the staff. Pleased to have their support. There's some really, I think, fairly minor site plan related issues dealing with some transportation notes. But this slide really shows that over a phased period of time, this is a big project, it is. But as a result of that, a lot of traffic study work has been done and to tie the development on a phased basis to road improvements. You'll see that in the heart of the project is really where the Novant Community Hospital will be, and that'll be anchoring the project. And that is at the heart of the project as well. Dave mentioned consistent with the development response. The street network that you see here extends into Shopton Road West and Dixie River Road. And again, our time's limited tonight, but in the materials we sent to you earlier and also in the staff analysis, an extensive listing of the various road improvements that have been are proposed on a phased basis, and that the TIA has been reviewed and approved by CDOT and by NCDOT. Next slide. This is, again, a wonderful opportunity to bring healthcare services. Matt is here to talk, if you want, about questions of why that's so pressing for this area. But the opportunity to bring a community hospital is incredibly compelling. And I do point out that Chris and also Bridget, among others of the team, have been out in the community with the stakeholder groups, and we're not aware of any opposition. No one's speaking in opposition here tonight. Also want to thank Councilmember Watlington for her efforts, and otherwise we're available to talk further as needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Let's see if there are any questions that we want to start with. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, Jeff, I was wondering, has the hospital piece obtained the relevant entitlements yet in terms of certificate of need and that sort of thing?
That is correct. They have. We're actually hoping to move very quickly in order to be able to implement the project in time for the certificate of need itself. So development timelines are pretty tight, so we need to move forward as quickly. But yes, this is planned to provide tremendous services. It's be a 48-bed hospital in the first phase, including observation beds, together with emergency services and all the other things that you would expect for this type of facility.
Right. So you mentioned phasing. Do you have an idea, other than just the road infrastructure improvements starting out, what would be the priority in terms of the implemented phasing pieces to this?
Sure. There are several things I would refer to on that, and if you go back, maybe go into the next slides or so, I can give you quickly a response, Councilmember Phipps. One more, that's the development response we're consistent with goals. Let me move further to the next slides. This is, the next several slides really talk about the transportation efforts. And as you can see, first and foremost, the opportunity presented by the development to bring new road extensions. You'll see Dixie River Road will be extended through the site. Shopton Road West extended through the site, all of which will provide additional outlets and avenues for moving cars around. You'll see, it's not as shown up on this map as one of the other ones, several road improvements moving to the south through the Pulte development, and I think that's highlighted. Those will open up other avenues to Brown Greer Road. So there'll be a variety of network connectivity as part of this development project. And then, as you can see, we studied all these intersections in yellow, and a number of road improvements will be taking place. Some of the highlights would be there'll be an additional lane, for example, additional southbound lane on Steel Creek Road that'll extend for 800 feet going down towards Shopton. There are other improvements like that, a number of intersection improvements on a phased basis. I emphasize phased basis because on a full build out, we'll be coordinating some of these aspects also with NCDOT because they have road project plans for the Steel Creek Road. Hope that's responsive to what you were seeking, Councilmember Phipps.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, okay, apart from the road infrastructure, what piece are we going to be going for as far as in the construction phase first? Will it be the hospital or the office?
Thank you. If you see the darker sort of pink area there, red area, those would be the portions of the development that will happen first. And the principal element of that is in the heart of the site where the community hospital will be and some relatively limited amount of medical office, medical services. There will be a multifamily component up on Steel Creek, closer to Steel Creek Road as part of the first phase as well. But as you can see, the bulk of the office development will be coming in future phases.
All right, Mr. Winston?
I keep hearing that we're running out of, hundreds of acre plots of development, but Mr. Brown, you keep on bringing them to hearings over these past few years. So I think, this is great, and I hope staff and the petitioner, what really excites me here are these new public streets, right? Obviously, the petitioner is concerned about their project first and foremost, but, what do we always hear about, development in this part of town, in the Still Creek area, is the increased traffic flow, and the long wait that we have to improve state-maintained roads for the growth that's here. I'd just like to point out to the public, these are the type of projects that really do have ripple effects. That flood of vehicle traffic that pours out into Steel Creek Road and heads up to I-85 and 485 and makes it to the rest of town. Part of why it's so constricting is because there's nowhere else for this to go. We are creating different networks here potentially, and I'd just like for us to make sure as much as we can, that road network is optimized for the conditions in the greater part of the area. But again, that this is how development and working with private development can alleviate some of the confines that we have in dealing with our issues, for state-maintained roads and other issues like that. So I'd really like to know more and understand the impact that we think that this could have, this road network could have on the greater area. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other council members, but I'd like to bring a couple of things to the forefront here, which is when you're building a hospital that size, you're going to have a 24/7 operation. And so there's going to be variable uses. I'd like to actually see how we talk about transit, and I know that we've asked our transit team, well, what is it that we could do for mass transit here? But at the same time, that's for today. This build out, if you look at the square footage and the operations that are going to be on the property, we need to figure out a way that when we are doing this, we incorporate mass transit, because the jobs are not all going to be people that would want to drive every day. And so how do we make sure that our stops are there? And then that brings me to the other one, is that I think that when you think about the long-term plans for our infrastructure, we're talking about doing more electric vehicles and having a plan that would perhaps move people around this campus in a way that's different than having, could you park your car in the deck and still be able to go to lunch without getting in your car? And so I really like to see some opportunities for how we could use electric vehicles and small ways of doing it. All of us have been to Camp North End, and we've seen that young entrepreneur that has the golf cart, the electric golf cart, that he's moving people around because you work here, but you eat here. And I just really think we have the right partners in this area and the right kind of ideas for the future, that we make it possible to move around using getting there by mass transit or your car, but also being able to move around without having to have vehicle access just because you're going to lunch or you're going to shop or whatever. So I'd like for you to really think through that for the hospital especially. What can we do to design this in a way that makes it easy for the workforce to get there and easy for the people that live there to move around?
Thank you. In fact, I know that discussions have already been had with the development group and the hospital to be very mindful of, for example, the 300 jobs for bus service and other things of that nature to really be ramped up.
Yes.
And you're right, for an internal circulation system could be a possibility in the future as well.
Yeah. All right, so I don't have any further comments on this, so do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
All right, we have a second on the motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All right, we have a second. So I will start the roll call. Start the roll call. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? The next item is item 21, rezoning petition 2021-111 by Regal Oats Investment for approximately 6.4 acres located on the north side of Albemarle Road. It's in District 5, and the current zoning is neighborhood business conditional and general business conditional. Proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues. And Mr. Pettin will start, and on item 20, let's see, we have 21. We have Ms. Grant leading us off and for the 3 minutes. Oh, here you are. Yes. All right, Mr.
All right,
Pettin.
thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-111, 6.16 acres. It's just off Albemarle Road and Regal Oaks Drive. Existing zoning is B1 conditional and B2 conditional, and the proposed zoning is for R22 multifamily conditional. Adopted future land use from the Eastland Area Plan does recommend single-family and multifamily in the hatched area, as well as office and retail uses. Retail uses in that area highlighted in red on Regal Oaks. The proposal is for up to 136 multifamily residential dwelling units. Also limits the number of total principal buildings to 6, allows building height to be defined by the ordinance, proposes access off both Albemarle Road and Regal Oaks Drive. 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strips are proposed along Regal Oaks. Proposes an 18-foot buffer and a 6-foot buffer along portions of the property lines abutting non-residential uses or zoning. Does have architectural standards related to facades that face public streets and building placement, as well as site design, massing, articulation, and preferred building materials. Prohibits surface parking areas between Regal Oaks Drive and proposed buildings. And also proposes open space amenity areas to be improved with landscape seating, hardscape elements, and shade structures, and also identifies possible tree-safe areas on the plan. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Does some outstanding issues with site and building design to work through, but it is consistent for that single-family, multifamily office uses for a portion of the site, but it is inconsistent with that retail use that fronts Regal Oaks. However, staff does feel it's an appropriate request and does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Grant?
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant with Maureen Van Allen here tonight with the development team. Next slide, Regal Oaks Investment and getting support on the land use side from DPR Associates. Next slide. As Dave mentioned, the site is located off Albemarle Road and is centrally located to a number of complementary uses. Next slide. Let's go ahead and skip forward to the site plan. It's odd to not have control of the clicker. Next slide. Next. Dave's done a great job on all those parts on zoning and land use. So I'm just going to highlight again that this is a change in zoning from R3 to R22 MFCD. We were originally looking for up to 140 units, but we have dialed that number back. There's interconnectivity between the sites and existing uses, some cross-access easements, and again, it's consistent with the surrounding development. Next slide. It is always easier to read these when you're looking at them in color to get a good idea of how the buildings work around the periphery of the site, that all of the parking is centrally located, but there are a number of common open spaces throughout the development. And then again, we've got that access and connectivity with tree save along the periphery of the site. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner?
Mr.
I
Newton.
have, who?
Mr. Newton.
Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton, we're going to pull you up.
Wendy, can you move Mr. Newton to attendee? He was kicked out of the meeting somehow and needs to be moved back.
I'm going to, while we're getting Mr. Newton, I'm going to ask Ms. Grant, is that a public road that enters off of Albemarle, or is it kind of like a
Private driveway.
private
driveway.
And how long is that private driveway?
I can get a specific estimate. I think it's a couple hundred feet. Not too long, maybe less. Let me take a look at it and get back
Now,
to you.
let's see how long it really is to see how people will drive on it.
It's essentially an access drive that's already there that serves to function surrounding businesses. So there are already people driving on it to go east or west to get into the other businesses as well.
And do you feel, I don't think there's a traffic study, but looking at the number of people that you would have in there, I mean, is there going to be a turn lane? I see the access that you're talking about, but I just wonder about people getting in and off of Albemarle Road in a driveway setting to turn left and right. And I believe, I don't know how many people, I mean, the buildings are.
Thankfully, we've got the option for a secondary access off of Albemarle Road. So when you go up Albemarle Road on Regal Oaks Drive, there's another entrance. So the development is sort of split with access. So it's probably easier for some of the people to access off of Regal Oaks and for the balance to come directly in off of Albemarle Road.
I'd like our staff, the transportation staff, to take a serious look at access in and out of the site. Just human nature. Okay, Mr. Newton?
One second.
It looks to me like that road is about the same size as the driveway that comes in.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you,
Mr.
Wendy, for
Newton,
getting...
I've been playing traffic engineer for you, so if you need someone to do that, I'm always available. All right, Mr. Newton?
So I had a question for staff, actually, and I just wanted to start by honing in on the fact that we as a council have placed an emphasis on housing diversity, so much so that it's in our the comp plan that we passed last year. Looking at this and understanding that we're talking about multifamily here and the surrounding area seemingly all but exclusively including residential multifamily, I'm wondering, how do we reconcile that with the stated goals of housing diversity? And I just want to underscore the point by mentioning that in our materials, it's really fantastic that we have this checklist that staff is now providing us to give us a sense of whether or not the proposals in front of us are meeting our comp plan goals. And in this instance, with this petition, we do have a check mark that indicates that our second goal, so goal 2 of the checklist here, neighborhood diversity and inclusion, has been met. And I'm just wondering, how is that reconciled in this case, understanding that this is R22 that we're looking at within this petition, and the areas surrounding it are also between R16 and above.
Mr. Newton, that might be a question for staff.
Yes, for staff.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Is that for staff, Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am, that's for staff.
I think we looked at it just as a continuation of having some continued options for housing. There's some single families still within the area off of Bonnie Brook and up W.T. Harris. So it just continues to provide opportunities for additional housing in the area, whether it's similar to what's adjacent to it. But overall, if you kind of zoom out a little bit further of Harris and Albemarle, there are some other single family, both detached and attached options, and I think staff figured that this contributed to adding just additional housing opportunities and increase some of that general diversity between single family, multifamily options in the area.
I'd be interested in having more of a conversation, certainly offline, to be brought better up to speed on exactly what the geographic regions are, or kind of the territory that we look at when we talk about that housing diversity. Because I guess to your point, if you go far enough, right? I mean, certainly there will be different forms or types of housing, and I'm just wondering, exactly what that geographic area is, in as much as our considerations under the plan are concerned. But that's my only question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I was wondering, just curious, if any subsequent discussions have been held with the adjacent community, in as much as no one attended the community meeting. I mean, have you had any other conversations with the adjacent neighbors or anything?
We actually held 2 community meetings. When no one attended the first one, we changed the zoning designation, so it gave us an opportunity to have a second community meeting, and we didn't get attendees at either one. There are a number of businesses that surround the site, so it's not uncommon, but we didn't get residential attendees as well. And Madam Mayor, I did confirm that driveway is 220 feet long, and that movement is limited to a right in and right out, which helps control the access.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions regarding this petition? So may I have a motion to close petition item 21?
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Thank you.
Yeah, yes.
All right, our next item is item 22, petition 2021-133 by Drakeford Companies for approximately 6.5 acres located south of Allegheny Street. It's in District 3. The current zoning is multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential. Staff recommends approval upon a resolution of outstanding issues on transportation and site and building design. So we'll start with the staff presentation, and Mr. Brown or Ms. Lenz will participate. I don't know if these are virtual. So
Here, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I didn't have the color-coded copy, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-133, 6.5 acres off Allegheny Street. It's currently zoned R12 multifamily, and the proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend multifamily uses for the site. The proposal is for up to 107 single-family attached residential units. That comes in at a density of 16.29 dwelling units per acre. Does request conversion rights that single-family attached units can be converted to single-family detached at a rate of 2 to 1. Does limit building height to 50 feet, has architectural standards including pitched roofs, usable porches and stoops, and blank wall limitations. Limits the number of units per building fronting public or private network streets to 5. Commits to construction of ADA-compliant bus waiting pad along Ashley Road. Also reserves access to undeveloped rights-of-way and alleys from adjacent properties, and commits to transportation improvements, including construction of an ADA-compliant curb ramps at public street intersections, dedication of rights-of-way in coordination with adjacent property owner to extend sidewalk and fill in the gap on Bullard Street, which is the road at the very south of the project. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is consistent with the Central District Plan recommendation for multifamily land uses. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Brown, you're up? Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, the Drakeford Company. Bobby Drakeford is with us tonight if you have questions. Good overview by Dave. In the interest of time, I'll move quickly. As Dave mentioned, this is a proposal for single-family attached homes, which are townhomes, in an interesting assemblage that Mr. Drakeford has been able to pull together. Current zoning is already R12, so this is not a significant increase in density. Looking at 107 townhomes at just over 16 dwelling units per acre. Switching over to a color version, I think Dave mentioned, but what I think is the real achievement is the ability to continue Haywood Avenue and restore this traditional block structure. That's something that CDOT has been intentional about over the last few years. rezoning we worked on last year brought Haywood through here at a parcel which is to the south. And so this is a continuation, bringing that through, linking that up, providing more ways in and out of the neighborhood. In addition to the public street, obviously this will be accompanied by planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk, so providing more walkability, connecting those neighborhoods to the school campuses along Allegheny. So we think very positive. I think the design team has done a good job integrating the site plan in with the surrounding single-family neighborhoods so that it fits in nicely, nice orientations, and then you can see some nice pockets of green space as well. Happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, are there any questions for the petitioner? Any questions for the petitioner? Hearing those, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And a second?
Briggs.
Second.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the next item is petition 2021-141 by the Drakeford Company for approximately 3/10 of an acre located on the east side of East 34th Street. It's in District 1. The current zoning is office, and the proposed zoning is neighborhood services with 3-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We'll hear from the petition, from the staff, and then we will be followed by, I do not have anyone signed up to speak at this one on this item. So we'll just have the staff presentation and close the public hearing.
I think we've got 2 speakers on this one.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm on item 23, sorry.
Yes.
Let me get over here. Okay, item 23, we have Bobby Drakeford and Russell Ferguson. My apologies to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Drakeford. So after the staff presentation, Mr. Drakeford will start us off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-141.33 acres on East 34th Street, just off of Hudson Street, just north of the plaza. Currently zoned O2. Proposed zoning is NS. They are proposing 3-year vested rights. Central District Plan recommends single-family uses up to 4 DUA. The general development policies do provide guidance that gets up to over 17 DUA for the site. The proposal is for up to 9 single-family residential dwelling units in one building with individual garages. That would be at a density of 27 units per acre. Max building height would be 48 feet. Does propose a private 20-foot wide access onto East 34th Street and proposes a variety of principal building materials, as well as prohibiting vinyl as a building material except for things like soffits, windows, and other minor components. Also proposes architectural standards that would address blank walls, building facades and orientation, pedestrian connections, and corner and end units facing a public street. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site and building design. It's inconsistent with the Central District Plan recommendation of up to 4 DUA, but it is consistent with the general development policies that provides guidance at over 17 dwelling units per acre. So staff will be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Drakeford?
Hello.
I've got.
Good.
Hi, my name's Russell Ferguson, here for the
Okay.
petition.
Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah. Madam Mayor, Council, Committee, Pro Tem, thanks for having us tonight. I think if we can go to the next slide. I think Mr. Pettin covered the details really well on this, and I think it's really important just to note the context here and the appropriateness of this change and this use of townhomes in this location. As you can see, that's Food Lion there on the plaza in Matheson, for those familiar with the area. Towards the plaza, we have a lot of commercial uses, more small scale and hodgepodge situation right now. Just to the north, there's existing R17 multifamily. Next slide, please. Lots currently vacant. Next slide, please. This is a view from the plaza looking down East 34th Street. You can see sort of the area of development from the Food Lion to the left. Next slide, please. Looking back towards towards the plaza with the subject parcel right here to the left, and you can kind of see the commercial tone and tenor of this area. Next slide, please. A little bit of a conceptual overview, how this slots in with the existing multifamily to the north and to the south of commercial. Next slide, please. We've got quite a few minor revisions coming along. The only one of real note is that we will be, per some discussions with the NODA Neighborhood Association, reducing the height on the most rear unit, the only portion of the lot that is adjacent to single family, although it's separated by the alleyway. Next slide, please. And I think it's just a nice thing to overview this. It's a missing middle type housing opportunity. It gives an opportunity for a small infill project on only a third of an acre, adding up to 9 residences, utilizing this vacant property. But one of the things that came up in our discussions with neighbors was the usefulness of this type of intermediate use between commercial and residential. I think it's a really good project. I think it fits in pretty well, and we would greatly appreciate your support. Thank you very much, and we're here to answer any questions. This next slide. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the petitioner?
Motion to close the hearing.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing, and with that, we'll start our roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Ms. Ajmir had to leave the meeting.
All right, thank you. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, item number 24, petition 2021-146 by Kinger Homes for approximately 3.7 acres located on the northwest side of Mallet Creek Road in District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential, and the staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues on transportation, site, and building design. So we'll have the staff presentation. Mr. Pettin.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-146, 3.7 acres. It's on Mallard Creek Road. The current zoning, as mentioned, is R3. Proposed zoning is for R12 multifamily conditional. And the adopted future land use from Prosperity Hucks calls for single family at no more than 6 dwelling units per acre. This proposal is for up to 34 townhome units. That comes in at just around 9 dwelling units per acre. Does commit to an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Mallard Creek Road. Provides internal sidewalks and pedestrian connections to all public and private streets. Is a 24-foot Class C buffer to abutting single-family homes. Provides 2,000 square feet of open space with benches and enhanced landscaping, as well as visitor parking spaces and architectural details to include things like building materials, usable porch stoops, raised entryways, and blank wall provisions, and pitched roofs. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is inconsistent with the Prosperity Hucks recommendation of no more than 60 UA. Again, it comes in just at 9.2. Staff feels that that's a slight increase over what was recommended and does support the petition, like I said, upon resolution of those outstanding issues. So we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
We have Mr. Gingras, I hope I was close. Travis Gingras.
Yes, yeah, you're very close. You're pretty good with your French.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Thank you, Dave, for the introduction of the site. If you don't mind, since Dave kind of introduced everything, if you could please flip to slide 5, please. And I'm going to save you all from reading this slide. We have had some great discussion with the community in this area. And we've listed some of the most notable concerns from the community, which include traffic concerns along Mallard Creek, concerns about proposed elevation of the height of the proposed building, and then concerns of a specific drainage issue along the northern property line. Next slide, please. You'll note, I just wanted to add as well too to this site plan, we are providing 12 visitor spaces as well as the open space that Dave had included. Those 12 visitor spaces are in addition to all the 2 car garages that each unit will have. Next slide. Here's a sightline schematic. And this really kind of helped show the community exactly what we're proposing for the buffer. You'll note that we've got about a 95-foot separation between the proposed home and the existing homes, and we will be providing a 50-foot landscape tree area, or plantings, I should say, in that buffer, and that's going to really help, buffer and kind of hide the existing homes with the proposed homes and vice versa. Next slide. Here, these are the current traffic improvements that we are providing. The petitioner is committed to extend the right turn lane through the road frontage and provide a right turn lane into the site. Restriping Mallard Creek to provide a dual left turn lane. And that would be it on that. Next slide, please. And lastly are this drainage concerns along the northern property. We're committed to fixing the issues and have prepared this exhibit. What we are proposing is a berm with fencing, and then adjacent to that berm would be a ditch going to a proposed drop inlet, and then that drop inlet would then be tying into a existing storm drainage that is going through the Chatham community to our north. Next slide. Attached are just some design concepts that we have. This is a single-family attached townhome product. And with that, I will take any
Your 3 minutes
questions.
are up.
Yep.
So we'll have, if the council members have any questions, are there any questions for the petitioner? Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the site. The site used to, was the subject of a petition not so long ago of a restricted, age-restricted complex there, and the neighbors there were pretty vocal, so I imagine they were pretty vocal with you. But I'm wondering, I mean, did the neighbors have any real complaints about access to the property? I know that NCDOT at some point is going to be widening that stretch of Mallard Creek, but I don't know how far ways that is off. But I was wondering about the neighborhood's concern about egress and ingress to that property.
Yeah, so neighbors did have some concern of really kind of making full access movements, and we provided one option to NCDOT that would include extending that median. NCDOT was not in favor of that because that would negatively impact the businesses across the street. So what they proposed was still a full access movement with that dual left turn lane that both sides of the street could use in that area. We are extending that right lane through our frontage, and then also including the right turn lane into our site.
All right, are there any other questions regarding this petition? So hearing no other questions, do I have a motion?
I have a question, Mayor. I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
We're on our laptop tonight, so I'm still figuring this out. We haven't used this in like years. So I have a question about the drainage and the neighbors' concerns on the drainage issues. And this question might be for Mr. Pettin. This area, and I've spoken to Councilmember, a couple council members, but I know that I spoke to my predecessor. I spoke to Greg Phipps Councilmember Phipps about this. There seems to be, and I don't know if it's because of the age of the complexes in District 4, but there is a huge impact on many of the yards, I guess, due to the development. There's several subdivisions, Browns Ferry. I'm going out to one of the neighbors' houses next week because of a drainage issue where 4 of the yards are flooding every time it rains. And there just seems to be, and I had a great lesson with someone from the stormwater department on the history of the stormwater in the city. But this is a challenge on the infrastructure of District 4. So if neighbors are, and I haven't heard from any of the neighbors, I look forward to them reaching out to me, but if neighbors are complaining about a drainage concern, is this resolution that the developer is proposing, will that be sufficient to resolve any flooding or any issues that might be a consequence of more development in the area?
Is that question directed to the petitioner?
No, it's to my, and we can talk offline if Mr. Pettin doesn't have that information or if there's no one from Stormwater. But when I hear concern about drainage, I've heard from I've heard from Highland Creek, I've heard from Chestnut, Browns Ferry, and this is a very repetitive or an ongoing issue in District 4, yards flooding, and it's the residents' responsibility. I reached out to Mayor Pro Tem to talk about it, and this is just, it's concerning. So again, it's a macro issue that we as City Council need to address. But if we're already hearing about drainage concerns, and this is just the petition, it's concerning because, again, I had one resident reach out and there was $7,000 worth of damage in her home because of some stormwater issues. So I want to know what we can do or the mitigation that can be done by the developers if the drainage mitigation that this developer is proposing, if this is enough for the residents that they won't have ongoing problems. And so I just need some technical guidance on how we can be proactive in helping our residents with the stormwater and drainage issues.
Ms. Johnson, I think the macro picture, as you said, is something that we've been having to think about a lot and how much we're willing, how we can do this and resolve this. So I think that my understanding is that might be a part of our budget discussions. If it's not, then perhaps the staff, but on this specific issue for this specific petition that you've asked, I'm going to ask Mr. Pettin if that comes out in the follow-up report or
Yeah, we'd have to
how do we
provide that.
address Ms. Johnson's question?
Yeah, we can provide some of that information in the follow-up report. We'll have to reach out to our partners in Stormwater to talk through some of that and get some information together.
Well, thank you. I had a great meeting with one of the staff members in Stormwater. And again, I don't know if it's just District 4, the age of some of the subdivisions, but I've been hearing this a lot lately. Again, I'm scheduled to go out to one of the residents' home. There's 4 or 5 yards that are flooding behind the Davis Lake subdivision. So, I just, if the red flag is already raised on the drainage issues from this complex, then I think that's something that we really need to listen to as council members.
I would just like to add as well that we are committed to fixing these issues here on this site.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, so are there any other questions for the petitioner? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And we have a second?
Second?
All right. All right, we'll have the vote roll call. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham. The next
Yes.
item is petition 2021-154 by Matt Gallagher for approximately 9 acres located east of Price Lane in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial conditional, and the proposed zoning is urban residential. The staff recommends approval of this petition. And we do have speakers. Mr. Jay Banks, we'll start off with you, and we'll now turn it over to the staff for their report. Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-154, it's just over 9 acres on Parkway Plaza Boulevard, just south of Yorkmont Road, also connecting to Price Lane. Existing zoning is I-1 conditional. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the Southwest District Plan does recommend office land uses for this site and the surrounding areas. It's also located within the Old Coliseum Mixed Use Activity Center as part of the Center's Corridors and Wedges Growth Framework. We do apply GDP in this case since it's an older district plan, and the petition did not meet the General Development Policy locational criteria for up to 9.6 DUA. However, it does, petition does come in at 90 single-family attached dwelling units at a density of 9.6, does propose private street network to provide access to units, which would be primarily front-loaded, commits to implementing an 8-foot sidewalk, or 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Parkway Plaza Boulevard, while maintaining the existing 6-foot strip and 5-foot sidewalk along Price Lane. Provides 1.58 acres of open space that would include things like a picnic shelter, outdoor fire pit, dog park, playground, or basketball courts. Commits to architectural details, as well as limits the units per building to 6. Also states the petitioner will establish a homeowner association, which would require rollout container use for trash and recycling. Staff does recommend approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. As mentioned, it's inconsistent with the office land use recommendation found in that district plan. While it's inconsistent with that and doesn't get up to that 12 DUA criteria in the GDP, staff does still feel like it's part of that growth framework and centers, corridors, and wedges, and part of that mixed-use activity center, which could continue to contribute to the successful outcome and build-out of that overall area. So I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have after the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Banks?
Jay Banks is my engineer.
Oh, okay. All right, so this is Mr. Gallagher.
Yes, hi, my name is Matt Gallagher with Blue Hill Development. It's nice that they refer to it as my rezoning, but it's actually Blue Hill Developments. And this is a continuation of Price Lane Phase 1, which, Dave, if you're able to go back a few slides to the site plan, you'll see across the street from Price Lane. So we already have completed that development, worked with the city to take a pump station offline, create an aerial sewer over the creek to be able to, service the basin in the future, and then also upgraded Price Lane, which in 1958 was dedicated but never was improved upon, so we turned Price Lane into a up-to-date city road. So this is really our Phase 2. It's just taken us a while to get here. We've worked with our neighbors in the office complex who desire some vitality and more rooftops. They have plenty of vacancy, so they're glad to see a different use. And we've worked with them for that amenity area that could be used by their employees during the day and our residents on the evenings and the weekends. So really not much of a presentation. Just want to open up for questions and provide any answers for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please stay and we'll see. Are there questions for the petitioner? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion has been made and seconded. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 26, petition 2021-172 by the Browder Group Real Estate for approximately 10 acres located on either side of Thrift Road near it's in District 3. The current zoning is general industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues. And we'll have Mr. Maxwell, virtual, who will join us after Mr. Pettin does the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-172, it's just under 11 acres, several different properties along the Thrift Road corridor stretching from Tuckasegee down to Freedom Drive. The current zoning for these parcels is I-2. The proposed zoning is for MUD O. Adopt a future land use from the Bryant Park Land Use and Streetscape Plan. Does recommend a mix of uses, office, retail, light industrial for this site and the surrounding area. Essentially, the proposal allows for all uses permitted in the MUD district, would limit building height for any new buildings up to 90 feet. Does request optional provisions to allow parking and maneuvering between the existing buildings and adjacent public streets. Also, in coordination with CDOT, would use a tracking chart to calculate any trip gen for those parcels as the land uses in this area changes. At such time that those cumulative trips for these parcels that are involved would exceed 2,500 trips, the petitioner would be required to do a traffic study and/or propose and construct alternative transportation improvements in coordination with CDOT. Does request that renovations to the existing buildings not be subject to MUD standards, but anything new would be constructed under those MUD standard guidelines. Does commit to implementation of an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along all street frontages where feasible. Where a conflict occurs with existing buildings, that minimum 6-foot planting strip and 5-foot sidewalk would then be installed. Does commit to right-of-way dedication on J Street at 27 feet from center line, and then providing medium improvements to Thrift Road, including installation of a ped crosswalk and refuge with appropriate signage. The cost of those improvements would be reimbursed by the city. Essentially, the proposal for the multiple parcels that we have is these buildings have been ongoing conversions from the industrial uses of the past to adaptive reuse projects with offices, EDEs, restaurants, et cetera. And the parking calculations that come in under the I-2 zoning are a little bit more onerous to allow those for those transition and change of uses to take place. So that's why we've got this MUD-O proposal in front of us this evening. It's to help continue to allow these buildings to be adaptively reused and transition while being a little bit more flexible with some of the parking standards. And so that's why we have this petition in front of us this evening. The petitioner will certainly get into that a little bit more in their presentation. But staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design to continue to work through. It is consistent with the mixed-use recommendations per the Bryant Park Land Use and Streetscape Plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, I didn't know if Mr. Maxwell or Mr. Browder was going to start us off. They're both virtual.
We are virtual. We don't plan on presenting anything here. I think the planning staff's done a great job, and if you guys have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Yes, I agree. Thank you all for the time tonight.
Any questions?
Motion to close public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing and a second. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? I'm sorry, excuse me. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The next item is item 27, petition 2021-174 by Blue South for approximately 36.7 acres located on south of East Westinghouse Boulevard, and it's in District 3. The current zoning is general business conditional, multifamily residential, and single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential, commercial, and conditional, as well as urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we have, following Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Jones and Mr. Whitehead, I guess Mr. Carmichael will lead us off. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-174 is off East Westinghouse Boulevard. It's about 36.7 acres, just there between Westinghouse and I-485, just off of China Grove Church Road. Existing zoning is B2 conditional. And the B2 conditional, R12 and R4 are the existing zoning districts out there. The proposed zoning is for URC. That'd be the area that would front East Westinghouse Boulevard, and then UR2 would be the rest of the site and the residential component, as we'll see in the site plan here shortly. The Sharon and I-485 transit station area plan recommends residential up to 17 units per acre, as well as office retail for a small portion. That's that kind of northwest portion of the site that's purple and red. And the proposal is for several different development areas. Area 1A and B is the URC portion of the site. That would be for indoor and outdoor recreation, as well as office uses for residential sales and leasing. There may be uses in there like neighborhood food and beverage service, which would be limited to 1,800 square feet. There'd be no on-premise cooking and no alcohol sales, no drive-through as associated with that. Could have mobile food vending services, outdoor fresh produce stands, as well as a mobile produce market and a bicycle sharing station. Total of 24,000 square feet of gross floor area and up to 4 buildings. Essentially, that would be some non-residential uses that could be used for folks within that development, as well as other members of the community. Area 2 is UR2, that'd be up to 133 single-family attached townhomes. Area 3, which is that blue portion to the south, would be for up to 80 single-family attached dwellings. Those would primarily be duplex, 2-dwelling units. And then Area 4, there's an existing religious institution there now, I believe, and that would either remain. If that were to go away, then there'd be up to additional 20 single-family attached dwellings, similar to what's built out in Area 3 in those 2-unit buildings that are proposed. Access from Westinghouse Boulevard would be through a network of maternal streets connecting to Eileen Circle. That would be via Blue Towns Way, and then we'd have a pedestrian connection on the Sterling Lane, so that wouldn't be vehicular there, it would just be pedestrian. 8-foot planting strip, 12-foot multi-use path along Westinghouse Boulevard. Also limits maximum building height in all the development areas to 40 feet. And does grant a 60-foot wide easement to Mecklenburg County. That's that green dotted line there. You can see it says easement to MCPR, and that would be to accommodate future access to the Kings Branch Greenway and a county-owned parcel just to the west of the site. Staff does recommend approval of the petition upon resolution of issues related to site and building design, as well as some technical revisions related to site and building design. It's consistent with the residential use up to 17 units per acre for the majority of the site. But it's inconsistent with that residential portion where it's in that northeast section where it says office and retail uses. But again, the majority of the site is consistent with that Sharon and I-485 station area plan. So we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members, City Council, and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael. On behalf of the petitioner, with me tonight are Greg Whitehead of the petitioner and Daniel Jones, the project engineer. They're available to answer your questions. Next slide. As Mr. Patton stated, the site contains over 36 acres. It's located on the south side of Westinghouse Boulevard, west of China Grove Church Road. Next slide. This is an aerial of the site. It's outlined in green. You can see in the center portion of the site, there are townhome units, single-family attached dwelling units, currently under construction. Many have been completed. The remainder are under construction. Next slide. The site is currently zoned R12 multifamily, B2 CD, and R4. The site's less than a quarter-mile walk from the I-45 South Boulevard Transit Station. Next slide. The petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned to the URC CD and UR2 CD zoning districts, as Mr. Patton stated, to allow up to 24,000 square feet of gross floor area that could only be devoted to indoor recreation, office uses, and neighborhood food and beverage service. Next slide. Outdoor recreation uses as well, mobile food vending, and then produce stands, produce market, and bicycle sharing station. In the center portion of the site, a total of 133 single-family attached dwelling units. 105 are approved and are completed or under construction, so the petitioner is asking for an additional 28 units, up to 80 single-family duplex dwelling units, and lastly, a religious institution or an additional 20 single-family duplex dwelling units. Next slide. The land use plan Mr. Patton went over. Next slide. The density, the residential density here is about 7.5 units per acre. This is the rezoning plan. The limited non-residential uses are at the top right-hand corner next to East Westinghouse Boulevard. The single-family attached dwelling units are in the center in the green. The additional units are outlined by red boxes. In the blue, you've got the requested single-family duplex dwelling units. And then the red would either be a religious institution or an additional 20 single-family duplex dwelling units. Those duplex dwelling units would be rear-loaded dwelling units, which would create a nice streetscape. There would be an easement grant to Mecklenburg County for future access to a future greenway. 8-foot plain strip, 12-foot multi-use path will be installed along East Westinghouse Boulevard. 8-foot plain strip, 6-foot sidewalks along the internal streets. We appreciate your consideration as always and are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Carmichael? Mr. Winston.
Mr. Carmichael, this development, are there already units being built on this site right now?
Yes, sir. In the green port, I can go. Yeah, yes. In the green portion, there are 105 under construction or completed, and this would ask for an additional 28.
All right. So that entrance, local control, Blue Central Road, the entrance onto Westinghouse, is that a completed street already?
If you can go back to the aerial, Wendy, yes, it's a completed street. If you bear with me, Mr. Winston, we'll get back there. Yeah, can you see it at the top? I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yes, I can see it. I mean, so that's my concern. I mean, you know, it seems like part of that is in the rezoning. So, you know, I would wonder, you know, why that offset that is there between the entrance, Westinghouse, and across Westinghouse Crafters Lane, it looks like. I'm wondering why we would not have aligned those roads when this was initially approved, and do we have the opportunity to do anything right now? I just feel like that creates more potential for confusion at that intersection. It makes it more dangerous than it has to be. Is there any ability to realign those so that it is a neat four-way intersection?
Are we asking Brad or Brian? I'm sorry, Brad or Mr. Carmichael? Our own team or?
I'm at staff. I mean, staff. Do we have any ground to stand on to get to that condition, and or the petitioner? Is there any ability to do that?
So I believe that came through as a by right permit, and that connection to the street has already been permitted. And it looks like they're situating their detention pond kind of where that would go. I will say that at least the left turns out of both the proposed street off of Westinghouse and then the Crafters Lane are offset such in a way that they won't conflict with each other. But I agree, it would have been a better design to have them off directly across Westinghouse from each other.
Yeah, I hope that's something that we can look at moving forward. I don't think that's something that is in the best interest of people on the street. Is there any opportunity to realign that street, Mr. Carmichael?
I don't have an answer to that question, Mr. Winston. I'd have to talk to the designer and follow up with you. I'm not sure whether CDOT's accepted that street or not, but I would have to talk to the engineer and the client about that, the petitioner.
Understood. Also,
I can do that.
Cool. Yeah, I'd like to know. Again, I think it's something that we should pay attention to as we make decisions moving forward internally. Will these vehicles be able to enter or exit the property via China Grove Church Road?
Yes, they would be.
Okay.
Down here at the bottom, there's two connections, Mr. Winston.
Okay. Okay, good. That was just, again, another concern. I just know Westinghouse is a very fast-moving road with a lot of heavy industrial truck traffic. So I'm just thinking about people going in and out of there. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Carmichael, could you just briefly highlight where the open space is? Looks kind of tight there. There's a lot of units there. I'm just trying to see it, what the open space looks like on the site.
Can you go to the site plan, Wendy? So there would be open space here, Mr. Phipps. Down, you can't see my cursor, can you? I'm sorry. To the west of those units in the blue, to the west of the green, and then there would be a rather large recreation uses up along East Westinghouse Boulevard. Can you see the open space to the west?
Talk to me to see, but I can get back.
Councilmember Phipps?
Come back offline, and I can get offline with Mr. Patton and see,
Okay.
get that offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the petitioner or the staff? All right, so we have a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
And we have a motion and a second. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, petition 2020, item 28, 2021-175 by Green Street Land for approximately 26.8 acres bound by the east side of Harrisburg Road. It's in the ETJ district close to the County Commission District 4 and City District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional with 12 units per acre. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues. And in this case, we have Mr. McVeigh, who is in person, to address after Mr. Patton completes his staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-175, 26.8 acres. It's bounded there by Robinwood Drive, Harrisburg Road, just inside that I-485 ramp and the I-485 outer highway. It's currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is R12 MF conditional. Adopted future land use for the Rocky River Area Plan does recommend residential up to 12 DUA for that area of the site in the dark green, and then up to 4 DUA for the remainder of the subject parcel there in that light green color. The proposal is for up to 295 multifamily units in areas 1 and 2. That comes in at 11 DUA. Does limit area 2 to a maximum of 15 townhome-style units. That's that area in blue right along the frontage of Harrisburg Road. A portion of area 3, which would be 0.85 acres, would be dedicated and conveyed to Mecklenburg County for use as a public park. Land to be dedicated and conveyed may not include those tree-save areas for the remainder of the site. Does propose tree saving a minimum of 8,000 square feet of open space to be improved with things like walking paths, landscaping, seating areas, and then a 50-foot Class C buffer along property boundary that abuts single-family use for zoning. That buffer could be reduced with a fence or berm per the ordinance. Does note access would be through proposed private road A, which would be from the existing traffic circle at Robinwood Drive. Does propose a right turn lane into the site from Harrisburg Road, installs a multi-use path and planting strip along Harrisburg Road, and then this frontages on Robinwood Drive and on the proposed private road as well, and does provide a number of architectural details, including preferred building materials, blank wall expanse limitations, and things to address massing and facade treatments for buildings exceeding 120 feet in length. Staff does recommend approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site and building design, and environment. It's consistent with the Rocky River Area Plan recommendation for residential up to 12 DUA, but inconsistent with that recommendation for residential uses up to 4 DUA for the other portion of the site. Again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. McVeigh, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Mora Van Allen, assisting Green Street Land Company with this petition. With me tonight, representing the petitioner, is DeBose Williamson and Scott Herman here in the room with us, as well as Ken Orndorff virtually, and Joe Wilson with Kimberly Horn, the traffic engineer for the site. Next slide, please. The development partners for this site are Sound Development Partners and Kala Capital, both local Charlotte developers with a lot of experience in developing residential communities and other types of development in the Charlotte area. They're, again, based here in Charlotte. Next slide, please. Dave gave you a good overview of the site location, an intersection of Harrisburg Road and 485. Just north of Albemarle Road and where Novant Health Hospital, Novant Hospital is on Albemarle Road, not 45, and other amenities in that area. Next slide, please. Dave again covered this more specific location where the 26 acres are located. Next slide. Land use, from a land use perspective, 2 density recommendations, 12 and 4. The proposed site plan, as you will see, tries to adhere to those land use recommendations by proposing to develop most of the units in the portion zone recommended for R12 and using the portion recommended for R4 for up to 15 townhome style units, a public park, and open space. Next slide, please. This is our proposed plan. New network required street that will connect Harrisburg Road to Robinwood Drive. It will be built to public street standards. It will have a public access easement. We have several areas of open space throughout the site. And again, 2 types of units, townhomes fronting on Harrisburg and Robinwood and the new public street, and then apartment style units to the north. I will mention that we have had good meetings with our neighbors on Robinwood, on the north side of Robinwood, kind of between our parcels there on Robinwood. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, we met with them earlier last week. The petitioner is working with them to provide a easement for a small shed that encroaches onto the property, so that can remain on their, they can keep that there encroaching onto the site. We were using that area really as a buffer and open space. Also good meeting with the gardeners. We also had several good meetings with FENCO, Far East Neighborhood Coalition, and incorporated some of their suggestions into our proposed plan. Next slide, please. Again, a little more detail about the areas of open space. We are dedicating, as Dave mentioned, just over 0.8 of an acre to the county for a public park, and then areas of open space. There are streetscape improvements along Harrisburg and the newest street, as well as Robinwood Drive. Next slide, please. Just some images of what the concept images of the type of residential community that would be developed here, quality residential, quality materials with interesting residential architectural styles. Next slide, please. Just a little more specifics on open space. Be glad to answer
thank
questions.
you. We'll take questions for the staff or the petitioner, Mr. Winston.
I just make a comment. This, I believe, is right across the street from a rather contentious rezoning from a couple years ago that had multifamily. I'm not really haven't dove into the details of this, but not too dissimilar from the type of development that's here. It's very interesting to hear that FENCO is involved, and there is nobody speaking in, against this. So just for the folks out there that might be watching, things do change over time, and this is why we make some of the decisions that we do make. Some of the concerns where those paths and people walking was not logical for this area. And a couple of years later, seems like it fits right in line. So, just interesting. I just want to comment on that for history's sake. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Newton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll tell you, I do have reservations and concerns here, and concerns do persist. It's not as though they just evaporate into thin air, particularly when there are still countless numbers of developments in the area that have yet to be built. One of those being the one that Councilmember Winston just mentioned, that one has not been built yet, and I would assume has not been taken into account when traffic studies have been done. And I think that from a planning perspective, that is a big blind spot that we have here in the city. We're looking at traffic conditions today rather than taking into account what the traffic conditions will be tomorrow, particularly in areas that are experiencing or have yet to experience the full extent of growth that they will be leveled with in the near future. And this is one of those areas. I mean, last count by FinCo put something in the ballpark of, I've looked at this and I've said about 20 to 25. Their estimates are actually higher than that, and their estimates are more recent than mine too. And when I say 20 to 25 or higher, I'm talking about developments that are currently underway or have yet to be built. That is thousands of new units. Now, this is, so I just want to focus in on this particular development. I mean, I wanted to kind of set the grander stage there for everyone to provide some context here. But in as much as this particular development is concerned, I do appreciate the development team reaching out to FinCo, so building that relationship. But I have some questions preliminarily for CDOT, and then I have a question for the development team. So my first question for CDOT pertains to the roundabout. Traditionally speaking, roundabouts, from what I understand, are the safe alternative. I can tell you that in my experience, I live in this area, so I drive this roundabout on a regular basis. I was actually rear-ended at Sam D, which is right in front of this roundabout. So someone, it was a 3-car pileup, and I was in that 3-car pileup after being rear-ended by the car that was rear-ended itself. And so I have firsthand experience as to just how dangerous this area can be. But I can tell you, people coming off of I-485 right there, there are many people that are that aren't as familiar with how a roundabout works, and they do not yield off of the interstate. And I think it's only a matter of time. Frankly, I feel like it's a miracle that we haven't had a very serious, there have been traffic accidents, there hasn't been a very serious one there. And this development would literally feed right into that roundabout. And I was just wondering what CDOT's opinion is on that, understanding the dangerous propensity of that roundabout in the first place today, let alone the additional traffic from developments in the region, and then this one in particular.
Sure, thank you for that. Yeah, so just from roundabouts compared to typical intersections, they do improve safety. I mean, they reduce the amount of conflict points compared to a typical intersection. They promote lower speeds, so there's a traffic calming element to them. And then also the types of crashes that you typically see there, there's less head-on collisions. It's more of an angled crash, and so that's probably why whenever you say there hasn't been more serious crashes, that's kind of what they lead to. I wouldn't say that they eliminate crashes, but they do kind of lessen the severity of the crashes. So whenever we initiated the petitioner to do a traffic study for us on this, it was because of that fourth leg of the roundabout and just studying the crash history and making sure that, the solution that we came to on this kind of worked within the existing crash patterns and adding that fourth leg.
Okay, and I would just reiterate my concerns in as much as the way that we assess our traffic in the city is concerned, particularly from a planning standpoint, how we look at the traffic as it exists today rather than, and I do feel like we have all the information we need to be able to assess what traffic will be in the coming years. But I feel like what we do is we focus on today in an area like this, and I'm sure there are other areas across the city where there's going to be tremendous growth. I think it does a disservice because we know that the full-fledged impact is not being assessed in the current traffic study and will be felt by the community later on down the road. With this one, I understand it. I get you that traffic circles, traditionally speaking, are safe. But once again, when folks come off that highway, they're not yielding. And I think it's because they're not familiar with it. I think that we're going to likely start to see some issues there, and don't want this to be a contributor to that. And then my question for the development team, we're placing an emphasis on 10-minute neighborhoods, and I know that across the street we do have some limited. So there's a shopping center over there. It's got a Food Lion and some other limited retail, so maybe 4 or 5 other retail businesses, but literally nothing else in the immediate vicinity. I mean, we're talking you have to go another exit either north or south to hit any type of retail commercial, so any shops. And then you have to either do that or go down Harrisburg Road, which is a 3-mile stretch the other direction that doesn't have sidewalks or streetlights. And so I'm just wondering, how are we meeting these goals in this? And I think that some of the conversations some of the conversations with the community alluded to safe passage across Harrisburg to the shopping center, which doesn't currently exist from this site. Has that been taken into account, and is that part of the improvements that you had mentioned, Mr. McVan?
Thank you, Councilmember Newton. We did look at, and we are providing pedestrian improvements along our frontage on Harrisburg Road, the 12-foot multi-use path. We are working with CDOT to make that 4th connection to the roundabout. We'll have to go back and look at how to work with CDOT to get residents from this community across Harrisburg Road, around the roundabout, and from Robinwood Drive across Harrisburg Road to the other side where the previous developer is actually adding sidewalk and a multi-use path on that side of Harrisburg Road. But we'll have to go look at that again, Councilmember Newton, and give you a little more information on the follow-up as to how we're facilitating pedestrians crossing Harrisburg Road.
I would really appreciate that. I'm not quite sure. So, my first thought, of course, is signal crosswalk. I'm not quite sure how that would work here, but having further conversation, I think, could be very productive. So thank you so much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Are there other questions for the petitioner? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next petition is 2021-178 by SDP Acquisitions 1 for approximately 15.9 acres located on the west side of Statesville Avenue. It's in District 1. The current zoning is multifamily residential conditional and light industrial. And the proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional, multifamily residential conditional with a site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues. And we will hear from Mr. Pettin, and then we will go to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-178 is just under 16 acres off Statesville Avenue at the end of Whittington Street as well, just north of Atondo. Current zoning is R22 MF conditional as well as I1 light industrial. Proposed zoning is to bring the site under one zoning district, and that would be R22 MF conditional. And the adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend several different uses, does recommend industrial light, recommends multifamily at 22 DUA, recommends office and business park, as well as park and open space. So that Central District Plan, like I said, does recommend quite a few different uses, but multifamily at 22 DUA is also part of those recommendations. The proposal for this petition is for up to 350 multifamily unit apartments as well as an 8-foot planting strip, 12-foot multi-use path along Statesville Avenue, an 8-foot wide planting strip and 6-foot wide sidewalk along Whittington Street, and then a 12-foot multi-use path from Whittington Street and Julia Avenue. Does commit to install 2 ADA-compliant curb ramps and push-button signals for pedestrians at the northeast corner of Statesville Ave and Atondo Ave. Commits to a bus shelter pad and ADA-compliant waiting pad along Statesville Avenue. Provides a 50-foot Class C buffer to that single family that's adjacent, and also commits to coordinate with Park and Rec to dedicate or provide a greenway and stormwater easement for the swim buffer area as depicted on the rezoning plan, as well as a 15,000 square foot outdoor amenity would be provided, which would include things like a pool, clubhouse, community garden, grills, gym, dog park, or benches, and architectural details have been provided within the petition as well. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, building design, as well as requested technical revisions related to site design. And we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation on this one. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioners. In the interest of time, I have the Spandrel Development team on as well. In the interest of time, I'll move quickly. Great overview by Dave of the petition. Here's a look from Whittington and Statesville. As Dave mentioned, interestingly, a good portion of the site is already zoned R22 MF. The larger portion of the site is zoned industrial. As Dave mentioned, we've got some mixture in the plans, but the version of the policy map I have on the screen is showing as neighborhood 2, which would be consistent with this development. Prior to our rezoning, another development team and petitioner had petitioned to zone this from I-1 to I-2, which allows more intense uses. That was not something that was well received by the community. We have done a good bit of community outreach thus far with neighboring property owners and community groups, have gotten very positive feedback on the use. I think that community is excited about seeing some transition, certainly away from industrial uses to residential uses. That said, we have ongoing conversations with some members of the community about Whittington, how this development will affect that street and what can be done to not negatively impact some of the existing uses there. We had a conversation involving Councilmember Eggleston as early as this morning, and we expect to continue working on those before we come back to you next month. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the petitioner? Hearing one.
Mr. Eggleston.
I'm sorry. Mr. Eggleston?
The questions was just going to reiterate to my colleagues that there are a couple of things sort of around the edges here that are being worked through with the community. I have faith those will be ironed out before this comes back in front of us, but relatively simple. So if there are no other questions, motion to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, were you making a second or having a question?
I didn't say anything.
Oh.
But I vote yes.
All right, so we just need a second, Mr. Winston. Thank you.
I second.
So with that, we have a motion. I know we've been at this a while, and so I really appreciate everybody staying so attentive, and this has been a good meeting for us. So now that we're on this, we'll have Ms. Johnson on the motion to close. She said yes. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? All
Yes.
right. Our next, thank you, and Madam Clerk. All right, so the next item is 30, and it's petition 2021-181 by Evolve Acquisitions for approximately 18 acres located on the east side of North Lake Center Parkway. And it is in District 2. Its current zoning is business park and single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval. And our speakers will begin with Mr. Carmichael.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-181, 17.8 acres, just off North Lake Center Parkway. currently zoned BP and R3. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. Adopted future land use from the North Lake Area Plan recommends land uses including residential, office, and/or retail, as well as park and open space with residential densities of up to 22 DUA permitted as a single use for the site. This proposal is for up to 336 apartments that would come out at a density of 18.8 dwelling units per acre. Doesn't limit number of residential buildings up to 5. Commits to providing 8-foot sidewalks and 8-foot planting strips along all public roads. Provides a street network connections to future streets, and commits to providing a 15,000 square foot amenity area with clubhouse, swimming pool, and fitness center, as well as providing architectural details related to building materials, orientation, and modulations for buildings longer than 120 feet. If we can stay here just for 1 second on the slide presentation, just the network streets that they were talking about on these, just wanted to highlight. There's a project that's was rezoned not too long ago. That's where that Lynn's Lane is. This project will connect and tie into that and also start to establish a future street network pattern for some adjacent parcels that will likely come in for development here in the near future. Also provides some potential to connect to what is the Hucks Road future extension, which would be to the south of this project. So just wanted to highlight that we're continuing to try to build out a network of streets in this general area, and this petition certainly does its job to help facilitate that outcome. So next slide. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to building and site design. It is consistent with the North Lake Area Plan recommendation, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, and so Mr. Carmichael.
Yes, Mayor. You ready? Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael, here on behalf of the petitioner, Evolve Acquisitions, LLC. With me tonight are John McDonald of Evolve and Nick Bichon of Design Resource Group, the project land planner. They're available to answer your questions. Next slide. The site contains just under 18 acres. It's located off of North Lake Center Parkway. It's just north of North Lake Mall. Next slide. And this is an aerial that shows the site and the surrounding area. Next slide. The large majority of the site is currently zoned BP Business Park. The remainder of the site is currently zoned R3. Next slide. The petitioner is requesting the rezoning of the site to the R2 CD zoning district to accommodate a multifamily residential community that could contain up to 336 multifamily units. Next slide. This is the land use plan. It's the North Lake Area Plan. It recommends residential, office, and/or retail. The maximum residential density recommended is 22 units an acre. The proposed density here is 18.8 dwelling units per acre. Next slide. Access into the site would be by way of a public street off of North Lake Center Parkway. There would be an amenitized community with a clubhouse, pool, fitness center, dog parks, gathering areas, those sorts of amenities. 8-foot plane strip and 8-foot sidewalks will be installed along all public streets. As Mr. Patton stated, architectural standards are a part of the petitioner's rezoning plan, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Carmichael or the staff? Mr. Winston?
I would just request that the petitioner try to find a way to keep as many trees as possible. Obviously, it's a green space right now. I'd like to challenge you to have more trees on there than parking spaces, and try to find ways to develop with pervious grounds. You can see what that land looks like with that sea of asphalt from the aerial above the mall. So I would just be grateful if you could just find any kind of creative way, a sustainable way to develop this property. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Carmichael? Hearing no further
Motion
questions.
to close.
So I have a motion to close and a second.
Second.
All right.
Isel.
And so will Ms. Johnson on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right. The next item is item 31, petition 2021-188 by Dominion Realty Partners for approximately 16 acres located along the north and south side of Roundtree Road, and it's in District 3. The current zoning is industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development conditional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of revisions. And in this case, we have, representing the petitioner is Ms. Grant. All right, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-188, it's 15.8 acres. It's at the end of Roundtree Road, also at the end of 77 Center Drive. That's a mouthful. The existing zoning is currently I-1. The proposed zoning is for MUD conditional. The adopted future land use from the Woodlawn Transit Station Area Plan does recommend office as well as office industrial warehouse distribution for the site. The proposal is for up to 300 multifamily residential units in 4 buildings. Building height would be maxed at 68 feet. Does provide a clubhouse and a minimum of 5,500 square feet of improved open space. Does locate the buildings at the southern portion of the site near and along the extension of 77 Center Drive, and that would also connect to Roundtree Road. The northern portion of the site would remain undeveloped. There's tree save there, as well as a stream and a Duke Energy utility easement. Access would be the extension of that 77 Center Drive and Roundtree Road, which would be connected to that. Constructs an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along both sides of that street extension, as well as internal sidewalk networks with widths at a minimum of 6 feet. Does provide on-street parking along both sides of that street extension and commits to architectural design standards for the buildings within the project. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this project upon resolution of technical revisions related to site and building design and transportation. It is inconsistent with that Woodlawn Transit Station Area Plan. We have seen some redevelopment in this area, particularly along Roundtree Road, fairly close to the transit station there. Off Old Pineville, we've seen some TOD rezonings in that area. There's also been some reinvestment and redevelopment of the business park, and I believe there's a school at the end of 77 Center Drive as well. So staff did feel that it was a reasonable transition to introduce some residential in this area, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Good evening again, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Next slide. I'm here tonight with the development team, DRP, the architects, RJTR, land design assisting on land planning. Next slide. As Dave mentioned, the site is at the tip of the Exchange Office Park. It's wedged between I-77 and Norfolk Southern Rail. Next slide. I do want to note that the site is located within 3/4 of a mile from the Woodlawn Transit Station area, and the site is located less than a mile from the Trivola Transit Station area. Next slide. As you mentioned, it's over 15.83 acres, but there is a good bit of tree save to the northern portion of the site. Next slide. This is a marketing piece that they used for the overall site, and I think it's important to show how it fits into the Exchange Office Park, which has over 600,000 square feet of Class A office and is current home to Metrolina Scholars Academy. So we believe that the multifamily in this location would be a great complementary use to the overall business park. Next slide. There's been significant reinvestment in the office park for placemaking. You can see that there's a number of public open spaces, gathering spaces, increased opportunities for walkability, and again, we believe this is a great fit for multifamily to be included in this development. Next slide. The reinvestment included new exteriors, signage, entrances, facades, and outdoor plazas. Next slide. As you know, we've been looking at the 2040 comp plan as we take a look at a lot of our land use decisions and how we're evolving. Next slide. We are pleased to say we are consistent with 3 of the 10 goals, creating that 10-minute walkable neighborhood, healthy, safe, and active communities, and diverse and resilient economic opportunities. Next slide. In summary, when you look at everything, the project again includes approximately 300 multifamily residential units on the 15.83 acres. Again, it's located within close proximity to 2 of our station areas, Access to the site provides a connection between Tyvola through 77 Center Drive up to Roundtree. The developer is going to be providing sidewalk connections throughout the site, and the open space amenities are in keeping with the transition that's happening with the overall business park. The current zoning is industrial, and we believe that mud is a more appropriate use in this location. The use provides housing and a walkable environment to that over 600,000 square feet of office uses and the school. Next slide. As always, it's just nice to see the site plan in color rather than in black and white to really call out the building placement, how the parking is internal to the site, that amenity area, and the connections to the existing office and parks and schools. Again, we're retaining pockets of tree save throughout the site and providing that connection to Roundtree, which ultimately gets you to the station areas. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff? I was just worried that it was going to be at the garden site, and I was going to really have to be worried about that. So now we're good, right?
Great, thank you.
Okay. Hearing no questions, do I have a motion?
Hearing, Isel.
We have a motion to close and a second. So I can't say all in favor. So, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? All right, our next item is petition 2021-189 by Bentley Pham, approximately a half-acre located at southeast intersection of Tuckasegee Road and Timberbrook Drive. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed, with 4 units per acre, the proposed zoning is multifamily with 22 units. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and I don't believe aside from the staff, we do not have any speakers on this petition.
That's correct. Yep. All right. 2021-189, half acre on Tuckasegee off of Timberbrook and Arborwood. Current zoning is R4. The proposed zoning is R22. You can see the Northwest District Plan does recommend multifamily uses for this site and for the majority of this general area. You can see that orange. This is a conventional petition. It is consistent with the Northwest District Plan recommendation for multifamily. Staff does recommend approval. There's no site plan or outstanding issues to speak of, so we'll be happy to take any questions should you have any.
Are there any questions for the staff?
I have a question.
Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Do we know anything about these apartments as far as the if there'll be market rate or if there's any affordability attached to them?
We don't. This is a conventional petition, so there's no site plan or site details provided for the potential project. It would just be developed by right.
Okay, and this site, is this across the street from Lake Arbor? Does anyone on council know? If I recognize these streets, it seems like it's across the street from Lake Arbor. And I just want to like highlight that. This is an area where we want to be conscious about displacement. This is an area where residents were very, very vulnerable. And just a couple years ago, that's an area where I think the city had to shut the apartments down and because of the condition and all of that. So now that it's becoming a hot area, I guess, or it's being developed, we just want to just be careful and conscientious. So for a conventional rezoning, I would just want to know some information, more information about the project. Thank you.
All right.
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close, and do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so Ms. Johnson on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, our next item is petition 2021-191, again by the same petitioner, Bentley Pham, for approximately 0.3 of an acre on the west side of Glenwood Drive, north of Tuckasegee and south of 85 in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential with an airport noise overlay with 5 units per acre. The request is multifamily residential, 8 units per acre, airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We do not have speakers signed up. And so we'll ask Mr. Pettin to go ahead and give us a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-191 is 0.35 acres on Glenwood Drive. It's just north of Tuckasegee Road and south of I-85. Current zoning is R5. Proposed zoning is R8 MF. Both would have the airport noise overlay as part of that. Adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend single-family residential up to 4 DUA for the site. Again, this is a conventional petition, so staff does recommend approval. There are no outstanding issues. It's inconsistent with that Central District Plan recommendation, but it would be consistent with general development policies that would support up to 8 DUA for the site. So again, it's no outstanding issues, no site plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions that you might have on this one.
Any questions for the staff?
I have a question. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, of course. Ms.
Thanks,
Johnson?
Okay, so it's the same developer as the previous rezoning. What is the logic for conventional versus conditional on these rezonings, Mr. Pettin?
For this one in particular,
Well, for this one and the last one, but we've already closed it. We can talk about that later. I'll give you a call. But for this one, or when, in general, is that decision made?
For this one, I think staff looked at the size of the parcel and what that R8 could potentially generate out. Buffer-wise, we likely wouldn't ask for requirements that went above and beyond the ordinance on this one, just for the compatibility of residential to residential. That R8 really wouldn't yield a large outcome for this site, given the size and kind of narrow shape of it. So staff felt that a conventional petition was a reasonable application here, rather than go through conditions, because we didn't see a lot of conditions to mitigate potential impacts, just given the size of the project.
Again, I just want to share my concern about the conventional rezonings and not having a lot of information about the rezonings for these very vulnerable neighborhoods, or very vulnerable areas. So I would just want to know. I think we as council would want to know more about it. And this is how residents, potentially, maybe not this one specifically, but how residents in very vulnerable areas and very vulnerable residents are displaced. So I think it's our duty to ask questions about these two developments. So I don't know if an option is that they would be conditional, but I think it's certainly something we should think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Winston? I'm sorry, Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, followed by Mr. Winston.
I didn't have as far as I know, I didn't have my hand up, Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
I was just going to make a motion to close.
All right, Mr. Winston.
I was just making a motion to close.
Second.
Motion to close and a second by Mr. Phipps for this item. And so, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 34. Petition 2021-193 by Forklift Pro for approximately 17 acres located off Grand Park Drive in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is general industrial and conditional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of issues. And we do have Mr. Fields is the representative here. There he is. Okay. So Mr. Pettin, and then we'll go to Mr. Fields.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-193, 17.3 acres off Grand Park Drive, north of South Tryon, south of Westinghouse Boulevard. Currently zoned I-1 and I-1 conditional. The proposed zoning is for I-2 conditional zoning. Adopted future land use from the Steel Creek Area Plan does recommend industrial land uses for the majority of the site. Does have that small institutional recommendation. Looks to be a bit of a carryover from some existing zoning and land use to the south. It's also within the Westinghouse Industrial Activity Area per the Center Corridors and Wedges Growth Framework. The proposal with this petition is for a maximum of 200,000 square feet of gross floor building area, allows for uses permitted in I-2, does prohibit the following uses such as petroleum storage facilities and automobile service stations, junkyard, medical waste disposal facilities, adult establishments, railroad freight yards, abattoir, construction landfills as a principal use, demolition landfills, foundries, quarries, raceways or drag strip, as well as waste incinerators. All of those are prohibited uses on the site plan. Access would be from Grand Park Drive. Should the Carowin Boulevard extension be constructed, the petitioner may coordinate with NCDOT and CDOT to construct a single driveway connection as means of a secondary site access. Does provide a 100-foot buffer adjacent to parcel 201-20107, which is currently occupied by a daycare center. That's the parcel, I believe, to the south. Does provide a 50-foot landscape area adjoining Carowinds Boulevard extension right-of-way, and also limits freestanding lighting to 30 feet in height and requires that it be downwardly directed. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design to work through. It is consistent with the industrial land use recommendation for the majority of that site, although that small portion would be deemed inconsistent with that institutional recommendation, but overall generally consistent with that area plan, as well as the industrial activity center or activity area per that center's corridors and wedges framework. So with that, we'll take any questions following Mr. Fields' presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Fields.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council and the zoning committee all watching at home, I'm Walter Fields here tonight working with Forklift Pro. Bill Zemak is my client with the blue shirt. Jeff Harper is also a member of our project team. We look at this as a pretty straightforward sort of request. This started out with Mr. Zemak looking for a place to expand his business, and his business is going to require more outdoor storage than I-1 zoning would allow. I think I've been before you 7 or 8 times in the last 2 years with exactly that same story. Hopefully, people who are listening that are writing a zoning ordinance that we might see in the future would take a look at that whole issue. That would eliminate a lot of these rezoning cases. As David said, there are a few little issues here. I don't see anything on that list of unresolved issues that we have any particular concern about. I do want to talk to him about one matter, but I won't take up your time with that, and I'll stop now and see if you have any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for the staff or Mr. Fields? All right. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? We have a motion to close. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Item 35, petition 2021-194 by Forstore for approximately 1 acre located on the east side of the East W.T. Harris Boulevard. It's in District 5. The current zoning is office and business, general business. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon a resolution on issues. We have Mr. Brown is going to be representing the petitioner, and we'll have Mr. Pettin go ahead and give the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-194, it's 1.25 acres on W.T. Harris Boulevard, just north of Albemarle Road. It's currently zoned both O1 in purple and then B2, that's the red portion there to the south. Proposed zoning is for MUD optional. And adopted future land use basically maintains the office and retail use recommendations that are consistent with current zoning of the property. The proposal is for up to 95,000 square feet of indoor self-storage and up to 1,500 square feet of commercial uses, which would include professional business, general office, retail sales, which would then exclude convenience stores, check cashing establishments, and also prohibits outdoor storage and truck rental. Does limit building height to 55 feet and proposes optional provisions which would allow a deviation from MUD parking and loading requirements for the warehousing uses, and also states that the petitioner shall provide a minimum of 24 parking spaces and 1 loading space for all uses at the site. Access would be off of East W.T. Harris Boulevard. They propose a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along East W.T. Harris Boulevard, and then a 6-foot sidewalk which would connect the building and parking area to that multi-use path. Does identify potential tree save and replanting area, as well as open space on the site, and also commits to architectural standards related to building materials, access to the storage units, building orientation, facade feature details, and blank wall limitations. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. It is consistent with the recommendation for office uses and retail uses on both of those parcels, and staff will be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Brown? Or
Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. The four-store team is on with me. If you have questions, good overview from Dave. I'll just say from this aerial, as you can see, this is a storage use, which I know no one gets excited about, but I do like to remind you all this is a use that has no school impact and very, very, very little traffic impact. As you can see from the aerial, no kind of low-density residential, no residential around us, with some storage across the street, parking behind us, established drive-through use adjacent to the site, so we think it is a good location. We will be removing this existing tire station use. That will go away, be replaced by a new modern building. I think, as Dave mentioned, we've got some good commitments, no outdoor storage, prohibitions on those kind of noxious uses that you would not like to see there, no direct entry to the storage units, no truck rentals on site, and also some pretty decent architectural commitments so that the elevation along the frontage there has a good amount of glass, looks like a contemporary office or retail building with some ground level activation. Happy to take questions.
all right, are there questions for the staff or Mr. Brown? Mr. Phipps?
It looks like that that Albemarle Road and East W.T. Harris Boulevard is becoming quite the sub-market here tonight. So I understand you to say that this particular storage facility is directly across the street from another one?
Yes, this is kind of the next generation storage facility, Mr. Phipps. You know, the older facilities that we used to see throughout the city that were kind of the one level with the drive-up doors. This is not that. This is the new indoor, climate-controlled, and the fact that there is a storage facility coming here, I think you're right. That shows the activity in the submarket. It means that we're having residents moving in and looking for it. Four-store is active across the country and in the Charlotte market, and they kind of follow those rooftops. So folks you're right, this submarket is getting hot. Folks are looking for a storage option, but not necessarily the old roll-up types. This modern conventional, heating and cooled, very secured.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Brown or for the staff? May I have a motion to close?
So moved. Motion to close.
And second, and so Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 36, petition 2021-197 by Crescent Communities for approximately 2 acres located on the northeast intersection of Heath Court, and it is in District 1. The current zoning is mixed-use development, optional pedestrian overlay, and transit-oriented development, community center pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, community center exception, pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval, and in this case, we have Mr. Brown again. No, I'm sorry, not Mr. Brown this time.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Brown again. Yes, Mr. Brown, thank you. All right, staff.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-197, it's 1.9 acres at the intersection of Central and Hawthorne, as well as down Heath Court. Current zoning is MUD-O as well as TODCC. Both have a pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning would be for TODCC-EX. Pedestrian overlay would remain as well. Plaza Central Pedscape Plan does recommend residential, office, and retail and multifamily greater than 12 DUA, as well as office retail for the site. So it would be consistent with application for TOD. We do have both proximity to existing Gold Line as well as future Silver Line in this general area. And we did have a rezoning, as we mentioned earlier, for TODCC for the majority of this site. This proposal is to take the entire site, both the area zone TODCC and the area that has the existing building on the corner of Hawthorne and Central, take all that to TODCC and apply the EX district. And that would essentially be to modify some ground floor activation requirements for Heath Court, which is essentially a paper right-of-way. And they would preserve the existing building that's on the corner there of Central and Hawthorne for adaptive reuse. That's the building located at 1111 Central Avenue. Would also provide a minimum of 150% of the required public open space. That would typically be applied for the site, would be a minimum of 7,000 square feet. Public open space will include a minimum of 3 amenities and will meet or exceed TOD dimension requirement of 12 feet in both directions. Proposes the petitioner would not be required to meet the ground floor activation standards for the parking structure adjacent to Heath Court. So that's really what the EX provision is to modify that standard for the parking garage there on the backside of Heath Court to not have that ground floor activation. Essentially, that street wouldn't be something that would need to necessarily be activated because it's never essentially going to have that kind of traffic along it. So that's why they're proposing the EX as part of this. Does note that the ground floor, the parking structure along Heath Court would still be treated through the use of architectural means, and that the facade would not contain blank walls in excess of 20 feet in all directions. Does propose transportation improvements, which would include right-of-way dedication, 8-foot planting strip and sidewalk along Central Ave, reconstruct the pavement along Heath Court, replacing any non-compliant ADA ramps, as well as right-of-way abandonment petition to CDOT for that existing alleyway that runs between Hawthorne and Heath Court. So staff does recommend approval of this petition. There's some outstanding issues related to transportation, site and building design, as well as technical revision related to transportation to be resolved. It is consistent with the Plaza Central Pedscape Plan recommendation. And like I said, it's also within about a quarter mile of the Sunnyside Station on the Gold Line and would be in close proximity to any future Silver Line stops as well. So we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. The Crescent team is with me if you have questions. Good overview for Dave. Folks, this is just an anomaly. As Dave mentioned, the bulk of this site has already been zoned TOD. The only reason that we're before you really is that the TOD ordinance requires really activated ground floors along street frontages. What's interesting here is Heath Court shows up on your maps as a street, but it's not really a street. And so under our strict TOD ordinance, if we were to comply, we would have to build out activated ground floor uses in this area, which will be doomed to fail. So that doesn't make sense. So what we're doing is we're going through the EX process. So this is really a win-win. In order to get out of building ground floor on this dead end, Crescent is offering two things that I think are a huge boon for the Plaza Midwood community. One, there would be a commitment to preserve this building on the corner, which we would be bringing into the rezoning. And then, let me skip through because Dave did such a good job. So the EX, this is Heath Court. This is what it looks like today. The idea we would have a parking garage here, it would be entered this way, but I think everyone agrees we wouldn't even want to see activated ground floor uses here on this area that's very much going to serve as a driveway and would have no future of becoming a street. In return, you get to keep there's a commitment to keep the existing building, and Dave mentioned all the enhancements with the outdoor open space, really focusing that on the corner, which is a very visible, high-profile corner in Plaza Midwood, there at the corner of Central and Hawthorne. We're continuing to work through with staff the level of those commitments. That I think this is a real win-win. I don't think it's a big ask to eliminate that Heath Court frontage, and a great return for the community. Happy to answer questions.
Sorry. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, the concern that I would have is coming in and out of Heath Court. Not really, well, one, not totally sure what is going to be developed here because it's TOD. I guess they don't have to, well, I guess they do have a site plan, but being that you're saying it's going to be a garage going up there, and there's going to be an entrance in and out of Heath Court, I'm really thinking about the coming in and out on Central Ave. That's already a high traffic corner. That left turn lane onto Hawthorne gets backed up. You know, I think if we don't think about, you know, kind of managing traffic coming in and out of there, we could have some problems, and it could be quite dangerous. So just wondering what we're thinking about there, and if there's anything that we can do. Obviously, you know, I think it would be better if it was, you know, safer if it was the traffic was going in and out on Hawthorne Lane. But I know, like you said, there's not much there right now, and it's already problematic with the traffic coming in and out, serving those eating and drinking establishments. So.
Right. Well, so again, the TOD is already established. I am showing you a little more because we're coming in from the EX zoning. But Mr. Winston, there is also an access off Hawthorne Lane shown here that is planned. So that'll give you the ability to circulate through. So I think that's a positive. I don't want you to think the only access would be off of Heath.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this parcel and with where the entrances are, but I still do contend that heavier. Right now, it's a problem on Heath Court and Central Ave, and if there's increased volume, it's going to be even more dangerous. So maybe I don't know what we can do, but it's a concern of mine.
Okay. I have Mr. Eggleston next. Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of great stuff going on with this project. I am generally supportive. Well, I'm very supportive. One question for Mr. Pettin. We had previously been seeing in our assessments of these in the finals or in the staff analysis stuff, the dates on buildings on things like this. And I haven't been seeing those as often lately. It would previously would say the site is currently developed with a mixed use building built in 1954 or whatever the case was. I'd love to start seeing those again. I don't know how that sort of fell off, if it did, if it was intentional or not. Colin, do you know when the cream colored brick building was built?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm sure someone on our team does, and I'd be happy to follow up with that information for you.
It's a really cool building, and the preservation of it, I think, is a huge win here. I would be curious to know, and you can follow up with me afterwards on the age of that building. But depending on the age of that building, and it does have some, I think, historical significance. Might be on either some designation, historic designation, and/or a preservation easement on it, both of which I think would be extra wins if possible. But I can get that from you later.
Preliminary answer is 1954.
Sounds about right. So yeah, if you'll just follow up with me on what interest might exist for some sort of additional protections long-term for the building, but greatly appreciative of the petitioners and what they're doing over there, and namely saving this building. And Mr. Patton, if we can start to get that additional piece of information on petitions as you're able, I'd appreciate it.
Will do. Thank
If
you.
you don't have anybody else in the queue, I'll make a motion to close.
I don't think we had anyone else, and we have a motion and a second to close. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Ms. Watlington had to leave the meeting.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item 37, petition 2021-199 by Nest Home Communities for approximately 2/10 of an acre located on the south side of North Davidson Street. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues. And in this case, on our speakers list, we have Gray Stout, Mark Casper, and Eric Wood. I'm not sure if Mr. Stout will be taking the lead, but we'll get that when the staff is done. All right, Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021, we are on, pardon me, 199, thank you. It's approximately 0.23 acres on North Davidson Street, just northwest of Yadkin Avenue, east of Matheson, currently zoned R5. Proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. Adopted future land use and the 36th Street Station Transit Area Plan, Transit Station Plan recommends single-family uses up to 5 DUA for the site. This proposal is for up to 6 for-sale single-family attached dwelling units, access via private alley, limits building height to 40 feet, proposes a 10-foot Class C buffer along the property line that abuts the R5 zoning. It does provide architectural details related to preferred building materials, front stoops, blank wall expanses, and enhanced frontage requirements for the corner and end units that face North Davidson Street. Very similar project to two that we've seen just adjacent to this to the south. So it continues with similar development pattern for some infill along North Davidson. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. It is inconsistent with that transit station area plan recommendation for single-family uses up to 5 DUA. However, again, staff does feel like we've seen a consistent development pattern and infill adjacent to some of these sites that are very similar in context, and are recommending approval. And we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right. I have Gray Stout as the first person to speak on behalf of the petitioner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. This is Mark Casper with Block Design. I'm actually going to lead, and then Greg will fill in just a moment. If you go to the next slide, please. Staff did an excellent job of giving an overview of the site. As mentioned, we are looking to just infill here with some additional townhomes similar to the adjacent 2 lots. Next slide, please. As you can see, kind of to the southwest there, 2 additional townhome developments. This will be 6 townhomes for sale. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have a centralized alley. We did have a successful public meeting, and then we actually also met with the Noda Neighborhood Association. Their comments were they wanted to see a balcony fronting the road to be similar to the homes in the area, which we have obliged. The other was they wanted to see a more consistent sidewalk, and that has to do with the way we're showing it now, tying into the adjacent properties, and the petitioner is willing to work with those property owners to provide a more consistent frontage as part of our development. They also were wanting screening from the adjacent properties. Each of the units on the back there, the staircase actually will screen from the residential units to the rear. So if we go to the last slide here, I will let Gray pick up the conversation. Again, just showing how our site is fitting in with the adjacent properties.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, everyone. My goal as an architect was to create a sense of place at this site. Therefore, the center-oriented street creates a more pedestrian courtyard space that's also shared with vehicles getting to the individual townhouse units. So these units are a little more rectangular-ish, square-ish, if you will, in plan than the typical narrow and deep townhouse. I felt like this would create a very unique place to live in the North Davidson area. Also, the open space requirements for each unit are accomplished through roof decks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close.
Mr. Eggleston.
Do we have someone?
Mr. Eggleston.
Mr. Eggleston, you're recognized.
Simple petition, but again, a request of Mr. Pettin on this one and some others where we typically in our pre-hearing staff analysis have photos of the existing condition. There's no photo here. So again, some of the things that had been just sort of we've been able to count on in these seem to be slipping off. So wanted to call attention to that one too. But the petition itself is simple, so motion to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. So, Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right. Item 38. Petition 2021-200 by Trade Street Townhouses for approximately 3 acres located on the east side of Wildwood Avenue in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential for 5 units, and the proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional with 8 units per acre. Staff recommends approval of the petition. And we do have speakers. Mr. Ferguson will represent the petitioner, and Mr. Pettin, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-200 is 3.2 acres off of Wildwood Avenue, just north of South Hoskins Road and west of Roswell's Ferry Road. It's currently zoned R5. Proposed zoning is R8 multifamily conditional. Adopted future land use recommends single-family uses up to 5 DUA for this site and the surrounding area. The proposal for this petition would propose up to 18 dwelling units or duplexes on 9 lots with a density of 5.6 dwelling units per acre, so just slightly above that recommendation in the land use plan. Does limit building height to 40 feet, provides an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Wildwood Avenue as well as the internal street. Access would be from Wildwood Avenue into the site, provides walkways to connect all residential entrances to sidewalks, and also provides architectural details for the buildings and structures contained within the project. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to environment and site design. The petition is inconsistent with that residential density of 5 dwelling units per acre, but it is consistent with the overall residential use. Again, this one comes in at 5.6, so just slightly above that recommendation found in the small area plan. So with that, staff will be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council Committee. It's a pleasure to present this project. We can go to the next slide. Dave covered it. This is a very unique site. There is one parcel connected that connects to Wildwood Avenue. Adjacent to that is an existing right-of-way that needs to be widened to meet standards. And excuse me. Next slide, please. If you look at this, it's clear, in these situations, it's always important to kind of be thoughtful. And we work with staff at the outset of this to try to make sure that this is an acceptable fit that allows us to reach some of the city's broader goals of adding housing units in an appropriate way in the location it's going without, dwarfing and overshadowing what's next to it. What we ended up landing on was the addition of a public road with access, with sidewalks, with on-street parking, which was a concern, making sure that there's enough parking in addition to exceeding code requirements for the houses, for the duplexes. Excuse my language, my voice. So next slide, please. So it gets us up to 18 residential units in the form of 9 duplexes, another missing middle scale development. It's an improvement of the existing right-of-way to public park to a public road with sidewalks and street trees and connecting into the neighborhood. This is not a gated community or closed off situation. The intention is for it to become integrated into the community. There's commitment for tree save areas. There's ample planted area committed to on the site plan, showing 20 feet of existing trees to be kept or planted in that area. The orientation of the development is designed to make it so that we have, I think the average distance was around 100 to 120 feet from the building footprints to any other existing house, was an important factor that we looked at. It's a little bit more of an efficient use of the area. It's 3.5 acres. It's kind of trapped. As Dave mentioned, it is a very small increase from what the recommended area plan goal is, up to 5.6 units an acre. And there's an addition of a lot of pedestrian-oriented design conditions. There's also a lot of stormwater improvements going on this project to help with an ongoing problem that's in the community, and we're committing to above and beyond the requirements of code as part of the conditions, and we're still working with stormwater to exactly nail down the details on that. Next slide, please. A little bit of an overview here, missing middle, not too dense or too large. We had a really great community meeting where there were concerns about the potential for this to lead to blight or for it to be too gentrifying. And the hope, and what I hope a lot of the folks came away from, and there's no one here speaking against it, was that this was kind of a Goldilocks style project. It wasn't too big, it's not too small, not too hot, not too cold. It's about the right size, where it is a little bit larger than the existing homes, but not so much larger that it's disproportionately out of place. And we hope that if approved by the council, this will benefit the entire
Mr.
neighborhood.
Ferguson, your time is up for the presentation. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Winston?
I must say, I do have concerns about the creation of a cul-de-sac in between how, this I'd be interested to hear, Mr. Ferguson, how you think this plan connects the communities as opposed to cutting it off. Is something that you mentioned, but because looking at the drawing, it immediately yells out to me that this is housing that is not going to be integrated with the housing around it. So yeah, just can you talk to me a little bit more about how you plan on doing that?
Yes, sir. I think it's, as I started with this, it's a unique site. So there is one right-of-way access to it. If we can scroll back to my second slide, or one of the cities. So the streets are not connected in this area in a block format. So it's a little bit tougher to make that sort of connectivity. This street design, because it is being built and shown, as you're seeing, drawn to public road standards, that requires the turnaround space and the 90-degree turn inside of it. And I do hear you with your concerns over that. I think the problem at the end of the day is that if you have 3 acres, and this, please disregard the 3.11 here. I think it's 3.5 or 3.2 acres. With this much acreage in this location, where it is reasonable to add additional housing units, the only other way to access this lot, would be over existing single-family housing. And so that was the hope, was trying to strike the middle to find a way to add duplexes, to keep the distances, to keep planting areas, and to do our best to make this unique site workable. And as we talked to the neighbors, we found some connection on that.
Yeah, I would just you know, I don't like cul-de-sacs. Well, I shouldn't say that, but, you know, I don't know if I've ever seen it, a petition quite like this that puts an internal cul-de-sac between, you know, two sides of single-family housing when we have, you know, really gone a long way to make policy that connects communities as opposed to creating hard boundaries. You know, and I would also say and this is a conversation that happens in the community, every piece of land that technically can be developed, does it necessarily have to be developed? And can that development make situations worse versus better? And I don't know, looking at this, that's the question I'm asking myself right now.
I agree with Mr. Winston, Mr. Ferguson. It's kind of an odd way to build around, it's actually three-sided single-family housing if you go over to, is it Sampson Street over there? And the way it looks, it's like landlocked sometimes, you know, and it's just, you found someone to be able to get that street back there, but it's a cul-de-sac and it's just very, very odd. And I agree on cul-de-sacs. We've tried to eliminate and connect streets, and I wonder if the problem is, you know, do you get someone on Blackman Street or something like that to create something? But it is very, it's an odd way to look at it. I don't know if there are other questions about this from this council. Any other questions about it?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. And so we'll start with Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem did tell me that she would have to sign off around this time, and so I appreciate that. We only have 2 more to go, guys, so if everybody can hang in here for the next 2, I think we would have really done well tonight. The next item is item number 39, petition 2021-03 by Land Growth for approximately 2.8 acres located on the north and south side of Crown Point Executive Drive. It's in District 6. The current zoning is general business, conditional, and distributive business, and the proposed zoning is general business and light industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we'll have Mr. Pettin and then followed by Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-203. It's 2.8 acres on Crown Point Executive Drive, as well as along Independence Boulevard. It's currently zoned BD and B2 conditional. The proposed zoning is B2 and I1 conventional. The Independence Boulevard area plan does recommend retail on a portion of the site, as well as transit-oriented development, employment uses on another portion of the site. That was mainly due to potential transit going down Independence Boulevard. That plan has certainly changed over time. Again, this is a conventional petition, so staff does recommend approval. There is no outstanding issues. It is consistent with the recommendation for retail uses on a portion of the site, and then inconsistent with the recommendation for TOD employment uses on the remaining portion of the site. But again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, representing Land Growth LLC. We do have a quick PowerPoint presentation. Rick Parker with Land Growth is online and available to answer questions. Land Growth LLC is actually the real estate arm of Jim Keffer Automobile Dealerships. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, 2 different zoning categories here. consolidating to two different ones to create a unified zoning for the 2.8 acres. Next slide, please. The Land Growth and Jim Keffer own the adjoining parcels. The consolidation of those zoning will allow the petitioner to create a unified development. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, part of the land use recommendation here is retail and TOD. That TOD was based on when the Silver Line alignment was actually on Independence. That has now shifted to Monroe Road along with the stations. That's more than a mile away. So the rationale for TOD has gone away at this point. Next slide, please. So the draft land use policy map, the 2040 policy map, does recommend commercial uses for the site. We believe this zoning is consistent with that. Be glad to answer questions.
Any questions for Mr. McThane? Any questions for Dave?
Closed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion to close and a second. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thanks, everyone. We are now on our last petition for tonight. It is petition 2021-2005 by the City of Charlotte's Aviation Department for approximately 5.7 acres located on the north side of Denver Avenue, west of Allegheny. It's in District 3. The current zoning is distributive business airport noise overload. Okay. Overlay and
Freudian slip.
yes, and multifamily residential airport noise overlay, and the proposed zoning is light industrial airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and I don't know if Mr. Hare or Ms. Thompson would be speaking to the petition, but we'll start with the staff, and Mr. Hare or Ms. Thompson, let us know who's up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-205 is 5.7 acres. It's multiple parcels along Denver Avenue. The existing zoning, as mentioned, is BD, which is distributed business, and R22, that's the orange portion, which is multifamily. Both have the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is to bring those parcels in under the I-1 district, also with the airport noise overlay as well. The adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does recommend office and industrial and light industrial, as well as some greenway uses for this site. This is a conventional petition, so there are no outstanding issues. Staff does recommend approval. The petition is consistent with the Central District Plan for those office, industrial, and light industrial uses for the majority of the site. It is inconsistent with that small portion of recommendation for greenway uses. But again, overall, staff does recommend approval of the petition. It is located within a mile of Charlotte Douglas International Airport and within that noise overlay, which is compatible with the industrial zoning being requested. So we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following any presentation by the petitioners. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hare or Ms. Thompson, who's up for the staff? I guess there's no one up for the staff right now, so
Motion to close.
we have a motion to close the public hearing. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Hare is on, so I don't know if you want to
Who
wait.
is on?
Mr. Hare is on.
Are
So we
there any
can-
questions for Mr. Hare? Mr. Hare, thank you for joining us, and we still have a motion to close on the floor, and I'm going to go ahead and roll call this motion. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
I want to thank everyone for the time that they spent this evening and having all of these in front of us and getting them accomplished. So appreciate everything. We now have a motion to adjourn, and everyone says aye. All right. Good evening, everyone.
Evening.